How is the perpetrator's mood? Will he take any extreme actions? Don't worry, Captain Yang. The perpetrator is very calm. It's 11:45 in the morning. The scorching sun is overhead, and this should have been the time for elementary school students to take their lunch break. However, the entire Kaimin Elementary School is surrounded by over 100 police officers. The two men speaking are Su Wei, a detective from the Kaimin City Public Security Bureau, and Yang Zhenghe, the captain of the criminal police team. Earlier today at 10 a.m., a violent man stormed into Kaimin Elementary School, injured 4 security guards, and planted several bombs, taking hundreds of students and teachers hostage. The police were alerted, surrounded the school as quickly as possible, and dispatched negotiation experts. This perpetrator was not asking for money, nor was he a victim of societal injustice. He was demanding to see a specific person. While the two men were talking, a sudden explosion echoed from the school grounds. Flames shot into the sky, debris flew everywhere, and the intense heat left people gasping for breath. Police cars blared their alarms as officers hit the ground, staring at the scene in shock. It took nearly 10 seconds for everyone to recover from the explosion's shock. You call that calm? Yang Zhenghe's face twisted in fury. If hundreds of students and teachers at Kaimin Elementary were killed, not only would he, as a small police captain, be in trouble, even the municipal party secretary would be held accountable. Orders from above were clear. No matter the cost, the safety of these hundreds of students and teachers must be guaranteed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yang Zhenghe's phone rang. It was an unknown caller. After a brief hesitation, Yang Zhenghe answered, and a man's weary voice came through. Don't worry, I just blew up the warehouse. I'll give you 5 more minutes. If I haven't seen the person I want by 11:50, I'll detonate all the bombs here. You. Calm down, calm down. The person is on their way. I guarantee you'll see him within 5 minutes. Stay calm. Yang Zhenghe repeatedly tried to placate the perpetrator, but the other side hung up without further conversation. Darn it. Where is he? Where's the person he wants to see? Yang Zhenghe roared in fury after hanging up. He's here, just waiting. Su Wei pointed to a prison, then speeding toward them in the distance. Gu, male, 30 years old. 2 months ago, he was arrested and imprisoned for intentional homicide. Following a first-instance verdict, Gu was sentenced to death. If not for this incident, tomorrow would have been his execution date. As soon as the prison van's door opened, Yang Zhenghe rushed over, grabbed Gu by his collar, and dragged him out. Was this your plan? Do you have any idea what's going on? Darn. Yang Zhenghe was at a loss for words. Captain Yang, got a cigarette? Gu extended his hands, wanting a smoke. As a death row inmate, his hands and feet were chained together, making it impossible for him to even stand up straight. Su Wei watched Gu carefully. He was a man in his early 30s, extremely tall and muscular. Even hunched over, he was taller than most. If he stood up straight, he'd be over 190 centimeters, with a broad, strong build. His arms were likely thicker than an average girl's thigh. Tell me the truth. Is this your accomplice's doing? Are you planning an escape? I'm telling you, it's impossible. The area is surrounded by snipers, and any wrong move will get you shot. Yang Zhenghe's eyes blazed with anger. Gu sneered. Captain Yang, I'm a loner. I have no accomplices. I heard you used to be a gang member and had a few buddies back in the day. Yang Zhenghe growled. Buddies aren't worth as much as cabbage these days. All right, I'm going up. By the way, these cuffs. Aren't you going to take them off? I walk slow, and if I can't get there in 5 minutes. You. Fine. Remove his leg cuffs. But don't try anything funny. Yang Zhenghe ordered. The situation was too serious. If anything went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. After removing the leg cuffs, Gu finally straightened up and walked, towering over everyone present. With his hands cuffed, Gu walked into Kaimin Elementary School. After taking a few steps, he stopped and turned to Captain Yang. What now? Yang Zhenghe barked. Captain Yang, a cigarette? Gu held up 2 fingers. You. Yang Zhenghe wanted to lash out, but was helpless. Frustrated, his hands shook as he pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, only to find the box empty. Su. Give him a cigarette and light it. Time's running out. Yang Zhenghe's forehead was drenched in sweat. Sui pulled out a cheap Changbai Mountain cigarette, lit it, and placed it in Chen Jiyi's hand. Chen Guo took the cigarette in his mouth and walked deeper into the school. Kaimin Elementary School had 6 floors. Chen Guo took the elevator straight to the rooftop. For the record, he had nothing to do with this mess. Chen Guo was all alone. His parents and siblings were dead, and though he did have some low-life friends back when he was in the gang, none of them would dare to pull off something like this to save him. When he saw the perpetrator, Chen Guo initially wondered if it was someone he knew. But when he reached the rooftop and saw the bomber, he was certain he had never seen this man before. This was a man in his early 30s, thin and about 180 centimeters tall, sitting quietly on the rooftop with a straight back and bright eyes. Chen Guo was no stranger to danger. This man's demeanor screamed either military or special forces. It was hard to fathom why he would do something like this. But then Chen Guo noticed the man's outfit, a mental hospital uniform. A mental patient? Finally, I get to meet you. The bomber took a deep breath, visibly excited. We don't know each other, do we? No problem. Time's short. So remember everything I say next. The bomber's face lit up with excitement. I've traveled back from the future. The world will end in less than 10 minutes. You need to prepare early. Your words match your outfit. Chen Guo took a deep drag of his cigarette, then casually tossed the butt on the rooftop. It's okay. You'll believe soon enough, the bomber said. Why didn't you just go to the police or scientists? The bomber chuckled disdainfully. You think I didn't try? Why else would I be wearing this? I came back from the apocalypse, a world with no hope, no protagonist halo, no spiritual revival. Every path leads to despair. I don't want to see that world again. I don't want to see that world again. The bomber walked to the edge of the rooftop. By the way, my name is Lu Jun. We'll meet again in the future. With that, Lu Jun leaped off the 6-story building. Chen Guo watched helplessly as the man jumped from the 6th floor. His hands were still cuffed, making it impossible for him to stop him. Darn it! What kind of illness does this guy have? Chen Guo muttered, taking hundreds of kids hostage just to see him, only to tell him that the world would end in 10 minutes, and then jump off a building to kill himself? Which mental hospital did this guy escape from? He was about to die anyway. The end of the world? Ha! Even if the universe were to end, it had nothing to do with him. Bang! A loud noise erupted behind Chen Guo. It was the armed police, who, after discovering Lu Jun's suicide jump, stormed in, led by Yang Zhenghe. Why is he dead? Did you push him? Yang Zhenghe demanded fiercely. Captain Yang, look at me. Chen Guo raised his hands, still tightly cuffed. How could I push him? He jumped on his own. He said his name was Lu Jun, a time traveler. He also said, the world would end in 10 minutes, and we should be prepared. Stop talking nonsense. What did you two really talk about? Yang Zhenghe questioned. He's just a lunatic. I'm about to die. Why would I bother arguing with you? Chen Guo hadn't even finished when 2 fully armed police officers rushed over, pinned him to the ground, and re-secured his leg irons. Yang Zhenghe's expression was heavy. Soon, the bomb squad called him. All the bombs planted around the school were real and set up with highly professional techniques. But fortunately, all bombs had now been defused. Yang Zhenghe breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the bombs hadn't gone off. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But he couldn't understand why the bomber did this to meet Chen Guo once and then commit suicide. Time travel? The end of the world? Was he reading too many novels? Leave some people here to rescue the hostages and calm the students. Xiaosu, let's escort him back. Yang Zhenghe's face was cold. Chen Guo was escorted back to the prison van. According to regulations, at least 2 officers are required to escort a prisoner. Yang Zhenghe and Su Wei boarded the van, ready to return to the prison. Su Wei seemed very curious about Chen Guo. Bro, what did you do to get in here? Leaning against the seat, Chen Guo replied blandly, murder. Su Wei continued, actually, the law is more lenient nowadays. If you show remorse and turn yourself in, the second trial will likely reduce your sentence to life. With good behavior, you might be out in 20 years, you'd only be in your 50s then. Chen Guo turned his head slightly, speaking slowly. But I killed 8 people. The atmosphere inside the van instantly froze. Sue felt a chill down his back, unsure if it was just his imagination. Xiaosu, keep quiet. Yang Zhenghe snapped. Qinggu, think carefully. Are you sure you don't know this bomber? Why did he want to see you? How did he know about you? He even knew your ID number by heart. Captain Yang, it's the information age. As long as you have a smartphone, information is easily leaked. If security were really that tight, tell me, how do those scammers know other people's phone numbers? Chun Ji's words left Yang Zhenghe speechless. True, in this information age, there are countless ways to steal someone's data. He had once handled a case where a criminal gang sold personal information. Each person's details were sold for just 4 cents, affecting millions of victims. Captain Yang, what time is it? Qinggu asked suddenly. Almost noon. Why? Be precise. That lunatic told me the world would end in 10 minutes. I went upstairs at 11:50, which means he said the apocalypse would be at noon. Qinggu explained. It's 11 hours 59 minutes and 48 seconds now. What? You believe the lunatic too? Sue asked. Qinggu didn't respond, quietly watching out the window. He'd be executed tomorrow anyway. The end of the world? Time ticked away. The van was filled with a dead silence as everyone watched the clock strike 12. As soon as it hit 12, I told you he's a lunatic. See, it's 12 now. Where's the apocalypse? Captain Yang, drinks after work? Sue joked. But before Yang Zhenghe could respond, suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. It wasn't an explosion, nor a gunshot. The origin of the sound was impossible to determine. It seemed to come from all directions at once. Everyone's face twisted in pain. Qinggu considered himself in good shape, but after hearing the roar, it felt as if his heart was about to burst. His vision went dark, and it took him a full 5 or 6 seconds to barely recover. At the same moment as the roar, the prison van driver fainted, and the van crashed into the roadside guardrail. None of the people inside were buckled up, and Chun Ji's head slammed into the metal bars, causing a secondary injury. Yang Zhenghe was flung into the front seat, disoriented. Sue fared slightly better, hitting his head on the seat in front. What the heck just happened? Yang Zhenghe cursed, and when he looked up, the scene before him left him utterly stunned. At the moment of the roar, everyone had lost consciousness for 5 or 6 seconds. For pedestrians, it was just a fall at most, but for drivers, it was disastrous. On the left, dozens of vehicles had rear-ended each other. Before the drivers could regain their senses, a large truck barreled through, crushing everything in its path. Students crossing the street were struck by an accelerating bus, turning flesh and blood into a gruesome spray before the bus crashed into a bank. What had been a bustling, lively street turned into a hellscape in an instant. What is this? What the heck? Even with 20 years as a police officer, Yang Zhenghe's scalp tingled at the sight. His first thought was, nuclear attack. But there were no explosions, no mushroom clouds. Frantically, Yang Zhenghe searched for his fallen phone to contact the police station and dispatch emergency response. But when he picked up his phone, he realized it had no signal. Sue, call headquarters now. Yang Zhenghe leaped out of the van, ready to help. Captain Yang, the phone. No signal. Sue's face was pale. Use the radio. Quick. Sue fumbled for the radio, but it, too, had no signal. Just as Yang Zhenghe left the van, he felt a cold drop on his face. Is it raining? Yang Zhenghe reached out to touch it, only to find that the drop was blue. Raindrops were falling from the sky, pitter-patter, and Qinggu, Yang Zhenghe, and Sue all involuntarily looked up. The entire city was shrouded in a dead silence, momentarily pulling them out of the heckish scene before them. Everyone who could still move looked up at the sky. A cold drop of rain landed on Yang Zhenghe's face. He reached up and touched it, discovering that the rain was blue. The rain was clear, transparent, with no visible impurities, and it fell heavily, enveloping the entire city in a blue curtain. It was undeniably beautiful, yet everyone felt an overwhelming sense of unease. In all his years, Yang Zhenghe had never seen blue rain. Captain Yang, do you think this rain is poisonous? Sue asked, his voice trembling. Qinggu, however, calmly watched the scene. To a man about to die, nothing mattered anymore. "Check on old Lu," Yang Zhenghe said, referring to the prison van driver. Without a seatbelt, old Lu had been thrown out of the van during the crash, his head hitting the concrete, blood everywhere. Yang Zhenghe, despite decades of police work, had never encountered anything like this. Blue rain, inexplicable booms, all communication devices failing. The van might not even start again, and the priority now was to get old Lu to a hospital. Disregarding the risk of the strange blue rain being toxic, Yang Zhenghe jumped out of the vehicle and crouched down, preparing to lift old Lu back into the van. Suddenly, Su Wei stared at the sky in horror. "What the heck is that? What is that thing? Captain Yang, get back. Hurry." Yang Zhenghe heard Su Wei's frantic screams, but didn't understand what was happening. He saw Su Wei draw his gun, terror etched on his face, pointing it skyward. A seasoned detective, Yang Zhenghe quickly realized something was above him. He turned around, drawing his gun. Despite mentally preparing himself, what he saw in the sky still shocked him. "What the heck is that?" Yang Zhenghe stared, stunned, momentarily forgetting to pull the trigger. Chen Gu followed the officer's gaze, and his eyes filled with fear. Darn it! Could that lunatic have been telling the truth? Has the apocalypse really come? Chen Gu stared in horror at the creature flying above. It was some sort of creature, but Chen Gu had never seen anything like it. It resembled a humanoid figure, pitch black, with bat-like wings. Its lower body looked as if it had been bitten off, dripping black, viscous liquid. Its skin and face were covered with fist-sized pustules, vaguely revealing facial features, and its mouth was layered with rows of sharp teeth. This creature flew at an alarming speed. One moment, it was 10 meters up in the sky, and the next, it swooped down in front of Yang Zhenghe. In his 40-plus years of life, Yang Zhenghe had never seen anything like this. Despite his strong nerves, he was frozen in fear. "Captain Yang," Su Wei shouted. Suddenly, his gun misfired, and a bullet shot out of the chamber. The bullet missed Yang Zhenghe, and it missed the monster. But the gunshot snapped Yang Zhenghe out of his daze. He ducked, barely avoiding the creature's attack. Despite his courage and skills, his fingers stiffened in fear. The creature soared over his head, landed abruptly, and sank its massive jaws into old Lu's neck. Its rows of teeth, like rows of steel blades, easily tore through human flesh. Old Lu's body twitched twice before going still. Yang Zhenghe wasn't particularly close to old Lu, but working in the same unit, they were colleagues, if not friends. Seeing his friend torn apart by this unknown creature filled Yang Zhenghe with fury. He raised his gun and fired. Bang, 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 for shots in quick succession, but the rain and the gun's limited power rendered them ineffective. The creature grabbed old Lu's corpse and flew away. Yang Zhenghe, soaked in the blue rain, trembled uncontrollably. After all these years as a cop, his life was first threatened not by a criminal but by. As he steadied his nerves, he heard a strange scream from behind him, unlike anything he'd ever heard. Turning quickly, Yang Zhenghe saw that the creature had returned, speeding straight towards him. Yang Zhenghe barely had time to aim his gun before the creature was on him, knocking him to the ground, jaws wide open, aiming for his throat. "It's over." Yang Zhenghe knew he was about to die. His life flashed before his eyes. "My son just started high school. What will happen to him if I die? Who will take care of my father? Will my mother cry? How are they doing now?" Just when Yang Zhenghe thought he was doomed, a massive figure suddenly rammed into the creature, knocking it off him. Yang Zhenghe, narrowly escaping death, felt his body go weak. The figure reached out and pulled him from the mud. "You, Chen Gu? How did you get out?" Yang Zhenghe instinctively raised his gun at Chen Gu. He realized that Chen Gu wasn't just out of his cage. His handcuffs were off too. Chen Gu pointed at Su Wei inside the van. Su Wei seemed paralyzed by fear, trembling non-stop, holding his gun but unable to shoot, his eyes vacant. "The key was on him, so I just took it," Chen Gu said. "Look out!" Yang Zhenghe suddenly yelled as the creature lunged at Chen Gu from behind. The creature was cunning, always attacking from behind. Chen Gu immediately turned, bracing himself, The creature opened its jaws wide, aiming for Chen Ji's throat. Suddenly, Chen Ji's massive fist struck the creature's face, the impact so powerful that it drowned out the sound of the rain. The creature let out a shrill scream as its face caved in from the punch, several teeth breaking, and the pustules on its face burst, releasing disgusting, wriggling worms. Chun-gu took a half-step back, assuming a boxing stance, then delivered a low kick to the creature's wounded area. The creature screamed in pain, flapping its wings desperately, and flew away, wobbling. It was clear that the creature was in pain, struggling to stay airborne. Yang Zhenghe looked at Chun-gu as if he were staring at a monster. Are you even human? The monster that they couldn't handle with guns was actually driven away by Chun-gu with his bare hands. This is unbelievable. Hey, don't point the gun at me. Aim at that thing in the sky. Chun-gu extended a finger, pushing Yang Zhenghe's gun aside. Yang Zhenghe, recalling how Chun-gu had just saved his life, lowered his gun. But remembering that Chun-gu was a murderer who had killed 8 people, he felt uneasy again. What a dilemma. Stop hesitating. Look up. That bat monster hasn't left yet. Chun-gu pointed at the sky. Sure enough, the creature hadn't flown away but was circling high above, looking for another opportunity. Bat monster? You know that thing? Yang Zhenghe asked, surprised. Nope, just a random name I came up with. Although Chun-gu was talking to Yang Zhenghe, his eyes were locked on the creature above. Suddenly, the monster dove down again. But this time its target wasn't Yang Zhenghe or Chun-gu. With Yang holding a gun and Chun-gu being a formidable fighter, the monster found them too difficult to kill. So, this time, it aimed for Su Wei in the prison van. Xiao Su, run! Yang Zhenghe shouted. But Su Wei was too scared to move, gripping his gun tightly, ready to misfire at any moment. Yang Zhenghe raised his gun and fired 2 shots at the diving monster, but the police gun's range was only about 150 meters, with an effective range of 50 meters, far too short to hit the rapidly descending creature. Before Yang and Chen could react, the monster crashed heavily into the prison van, flipping it over so that the door was parallel to the ground. Su Wei screamed in terror, frantically pulling the trigger until all his bullets were spent, yet he kept squeezing the trigger. The monster was about to start its feast when Yang Zhenghe fired his last bullet, striking the creature's wing. The monster's wings fluttered rapidly, and only then did they notice that the creature had 2 pairs of wings. The first pair was for flying, while a smaller, thinner pair beneath looked more like vestigial remnants. Suddenly, the monster vibrated its smaller wings, producing a variety of sounds. There were screams of people in car accidents, the crashing of colliding vehicles, raindrops, and finally, human voices. Though faint, they were indeed human voices. Unbelievable. This demon can talk. Yang Zhenghe was shocked. How did you become a cop? This is just like a parrot mimicking speech. The monster itself probably doesn't understand what these sounds mean. Chun-gu removed his jacket and wrapped it around his hand. The creature's teeth were too sharp. Who knew what kind of bacteria it might carry? A cut on his arm would be bad news. Su Wei, trapped in the van, was on the verge of collapse, but fortunately, Yang Zhenghe's shot had drawn the monster's attention away. Chun-gu looked around and pointed to a nearby hair salon. I'll go save him. You go over there. See the rolling shutter at the entrance? As soon as the 2 of us are in, pull it down. With that, Chun-gu rushed toward the monster. The creature's small wings vibrated, emitting various intimidating sounds, trying to scare Chun-gu away. Screw you. Chun-gu charged like a tiger, landing a punch on the monster's face. The creature let out a shriek, flying back 2 or 3 meters. Chun-gu glanced into the van, where Su Wei, overwhelmed with fear, was trembling uncontrollably. Chun-gu swung his arm and slapped Su Wei hard across the face. Su Wei felt like he'd been hit by a bear, his face almost coming off. But the intense pain snapped him back to reality. Don't just stand there. Get out. Chun-gu didn't give Su Wei time to react and yanked him out of the van like a chick. Not far away, Yang Zhenghe shouted, "Run! Run!" He pointed to the sky as he shouted. Chun-gu turned around and was stunned. He had stirred up a hornet's nest. The sky was filled with countless monsters of the same kind. But these creatures were fully intact, with 2 long legs covered in black fur and razor-sharp claws at the ends. Looking around, there were at least 1,000 of them. No wonder they said it's the end of the world. Where did these things come from? Gu turned and ran without looking back. Wei's stamina and pace were nowhere near as good as Ji's, and he quickly fell behind. "Don't leave me! Don't leave me!" Wei cried as he ran. The van was about 20 meters from the hair salon, a distance an adult could sprint in seconds. But by then, the bat creatures had noticed them and started diving down. Gu reached the hair salon first and pulled the rolling shutter down. "Don't close it!" Wei cried out in despair. Gu lowered the shutter to about a foot off the ground. If Wei didn't make it and was caught by the monsters, Gu wouldn't hesitate to shut the door. He had done all he could. When Wei was 3 meters from the shutter, a bat monster was right behind him, claws outstretched, ready to grab him. And not just one. 3 or 4 more monsters were right behind. Wei's mind was focused solely on running. One more step, and he'd be at the shutter. Gu reached out, grabbed Wei's foot, and pulled him in. Almost instantly, Yang Zhenghe pulled the shutter down and locked it. Bang, 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 bang. Several loud crashes echoed as the monsters slammed into the shutter. Thankfully, it was made of metal. Though the monsters were powerful, they couldn't break through immediately. However, the impacts had already deformed the metal shutter. If those thousands of creatures charged together, the shutter would eventually give in, and then they'd be doomed. Everyone inside was drenched in sweat, relieved that after the initial crash, it quieted down outside. All 3 were exhausted. Wei, barely surviving, let out a half-cry, half-laugh scream. Gu clamped his hand over Wei's mouth. "Stop yelling. You want to draw all the monsters here?" The salon had no windows, and once the shutter was down, the room plunged into darkness. Yang Zhenghe pulled out his phone, using the screen to light up the space. Suddenly, Wei pointed to a corner of the salon, shouting, "Monster! There's a monster!" Yang Zhenghe quickly raised his gun, though it was out of bullets. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Officer, we're human." In the back of the salon were 2 people, raising their hands in fear, staring at Yang Zhenghe. The 2 men deep in the salon raised their hands, and Gu glanced at them. Both were male. The man on the left looked around 40, with earrings and dyed blonde hair, resembling a street thug. He held a hairdresser's clipper in his hand. The one on the right was much younger, around 25, not very tall, about 170 centimeters, and slightly overweight. It was obvious he was a customer there for a haircut, mostly because half of his hair was still uncut, making him look rather comical. Seeing that these 2 were human, the 3 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't be scared. We're just taking shelter, sorry," Yang Zhenghe said weakly as he sat on the floor. This salon was converted from a garage, with 3 walls and no windows. It normally relied on the glass door for light, but now, with the shutter down, the salon was pitch black. "Is there no light in here?" Yang Zhenghe asked. The hairdresser replied cautiously, "There is, but the power suddenly went out for some reason." Yang Zhenghe wiped his face hard and went to comfort Wei, who was still struggling with fear. People have different levels of courage. Even though Wei was a police officer, he was still human. Facing something so strange would naturally scare anyone. To be honest, Yang Zhenghe was also scared, but he couldn't show it now. "Xiaosu will be fine. Those monsters look fierce, but don't forget, we're not helpless. The army will arrive soon, and with modern weapons, those things don't stand a chance." Yang Zhenghe's words were meant to reassure both Wei and Gu. Yang Zhenghe's gun was empty, and if it came down to hand-to-hand combat, in his youth, he could take on 3 or 5 people, but age had taken its toll on his stamina. If Gu decided to rebel, neither he nor Wei, even with the 2 people in the salon, would stand a chance. Gu pressed his ear against the shutter. Outside, there was only dead silence, no sound at all. "This place has good soundproofing. By the way, got any cigarettes?" Gu asked, walking toward the half-shaved guy. "I don't smoke," the chubby guy said, shrugging. Gu looked at the hairdresser next, who, upon seeing Gu in prison garb, felt more scared than ever. The The hairdresser quickly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one, but Chun-gu took the whole pack, smiling as he noticed there were still half a pack left. "Oh, don't be so polite. Look, there's even a lighter." He lit one for himself and handed the lit one to the hairdresser. Unfortunately, with no pockets on his prison uniform, Chun-gu tucked the half-pack of cigarettes into his sleeve. The hairdresser didn't dare ask for them back and moved closer to Yang Zhenghe. No matter the environment, a cop always feels safer than a convict. "Officer, what's going on outside?" the hairdresser asked softly. To maintain order, Yang Zhenghe smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Trust the police and our troops." He didn't really know what was happening either. Sui finally calmed down and looked at Chun-gu. "What exactly did that bomber say to you?" Yang Zhenghe also remembered that Chun-gu had mentioned something about the end of the world before. Maybe there was some clue. "Don't look at me. That lunatic just said he was from the future and that the apocalypse had already happened. I don't know anything else." Chun-gu spread his hands. Sui looked dejected. "I just passed the civil service exam, and now it's the apocalypse? Don't listen to his nonsense. Those monsters look fierce, but modern military forces are no match for them. Movies are full of jerk-about zombies. If there were zombies, a single military platoon could handle them easily." Yang Zhenghe tried to keep everyone calm. "What should we do next, officer?" the hairdresser asked quietly. Everyone looked at Yang Zhenghe. Yang Zhenghe was thinking about their next move. "We have two options. First, go back to the police station. There's plenty of officers and weapons there, so no matter what monsters we encounter, we can hold our ground. Second, we head to Kaimin Elementary School. The SWAT team should still be there, fully armed, and capable of dealing with any threat." Yang Zhenghe offered the two paths. Logically, returning to the police station is safer, but it's further away. On foot, it would take at least 40 minutes. Kaimin Elementary is closer. It took us only 5 or 6 minutes by car, even with traffic. On foot, it would be around 20 minutes. "I suggest going to Kaimin Elementary," Yang Zhenghe said. Hearing there was a way out, everyone's eyes lit up with the will to survive. "When do we leave?" the hairdresser asked. "Not now, that's for sure." Sui poured cold water on the plan. "There are monsters everywhere outside. I'm not going out." "Exactly, it's full of monsters out there. We'll rest for the night, and if the creatures disperse by morning, I'll lead you out," Yang Zhenghe said. "As long as there's hope, people's potential is limitless." Yang Zhenghe then approached Chun-gu. "Chun-gu, do you want a sentence reduction? I didn't handle your case, so I don't know why you killed, but you saved me and Sui in our most dangerous moment, proving you're not heartless. If we make it out, I'll testify on your behalf to try for a lighter sentence." Yang Zhenghe knew Chun-gu had killed 8 people and that a reduced sentence was impossible, but he wanted to keep Chun-gu calm. As long as there's hope, people don't act recklessly. But Chun-ji's response was unexpected. "No, in this world, death is the end. I've never regretted what I've done." Yang Zhenghe was left speechless. So, the hairdresser, the chubby guy, Yang Zhenghe, Sui, and Chun-gu sat in silence, huddled in the salon. Only Yang Zhenghe occasionally glanced at the time. Time passed quickly. It was already past 7 in the evening. Everyone was groggy, hungry, and tired, but no one complained. "Captain Yang, do you have anything to eat?" "I have low blood sugar," Sui said softly. Yang Zhenghe checked his pockets and only found a piece of gum, which he handed over. Just as everyone's spirits were fading, something suddenly knocked on the shutter from outside. In an instant, everyone in the salon held their breath. The sound of a single hair falling to the ground could be heard clearly. How could there be someone knocking on the door in such a situation? The knocking on the shutter wasn't loud, but the environment was so quiet, and everyone's nerves were on edge, that even the slightest noise was enough to fray their already strained nerves. Using the faint light from his phone screen, Sui mouthed to Yang Zhenghe, "Did I hear that right?" Yang Zhenghe raised a finger to his lips, indicating silence, and tiptoed to the shutter, pressing his ear against it to listen for any movement outside. Just as he did, the faint knocking sound came again, this time accompanied by a woman's cry for help. "Help! Help! It sounds like a person." Sweat beaded on Yang Zhenghe's forehead. In this situation, He couldn't be sure what was really outside the door. The 5 people inside the salon looked at each other, all uncertain about what to do. Especially Yang Zhenghe, who bore a heavier burden than the others. If there was someone outside, and as a police officer, he did nothing, it would be unacceptable on every level. But what if it wasn't a person outside? Then none of the 5 people in the garage would likely survive. He was deeply conflicted. What should we do? Yang Zhenghe asked the others. Chen Gu pressed his ear against the shutter as well. Aside from the dead silence, there was the faint sound of a woman crying. Captain Yang, don't forget, the monsters that attacked us today could mimic various sounds through wing vibrations. The cries for help and the woman's sobs could just be bait to lure us out. I don't care about life or death, but what about them? Chen Gu said, looking at the hairdresser and the chubby guy. Yang Zhenghe was already indecisive, and Chun Ji's words only deepened his hesitation. Left with no other choice, he looked towards Su Wei. Captain Yang, don't look at me. I don't know what to do either. Su Wei said. The knocking grew more urgent. Finally, Yang Zhenghe proposed a compromise. I'll open the shutter a crack to see what's outside. If it's a person, we'll let her in. If it's a monster, together, we should be able to keep it out. Su Wei had no strong opinion and followed his superior's lead. Chun Gu didn't have much of a say either. He didn't care much about his fate and simply went along. Just as Yang Zhenghe was about to lift the shutter, a hand suddenly reached out and held it down. Yang Zhenghe turned to see that it was the chubby guy who had stopped him. What are you doing? Do you want to leave her to die? Yang Zhenghe demanded. Let me say something, the chubby guy said calmly. You said the monsters can mimic human voices, but can they mimic without understanding, like a parrot? Or do they actually comprehend our language? Does that matter? Of course it matters. Answer me. The chubby guy, facing the captain of the criminal police team, didn't back down at all. Yang Zhenghe didn't know if the monster could understand human speech and couldn't provide an answer. They probably can't, Chen Gu replied. When the monster was fighting me, it mimicked all sorts of random sounds, and the human voice was just one among many. The chubby guy nodded. So what are you all arguing about? Let's test it out and find out. Move aside. Yang Zhenghe wanted to slap himself. Darn it. He'd been so scared he hadn't thought of such a simple solution. If it was a monster outside that couldn't understand human language, a simple question would reveal whether it was human or not. Despite 20-plus years as a detective, in this critical moment, he hadn't been as calm as this young man. The chubby guy stepped up to the shutter, cleared his throat, and suddenly asked, "The vast horizon is my love." What's the next line? Even in the tense atmosphere, the people in the salon almost burst out laughing. This was a famous song, known by almost everyone. The flowers bloom at the foot of the green hills? Came the response from outside, sung in a girl's voice. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, now almost certain that the person outside was human. The song line was even sung with the right tune. No matter how skilled the monsters were, they couldn't have grasped human culture so quickly. Yang Zhenghe was about to lift the shutter when the hairdresser stepped in front of everyone. What's wrong with you all? Why not just stay here quietly? Why risk your lives for someone else? Whether that woman lives or dies has nothing to do with us. What if a monster rushes in when you open the door? What if that woman is a monster herself? How can you be so sure that monsters don't understand songs? Why don't we just wait until morning, then head to the police station or the school? The hairdresser's face was twisted in fear. Yang Zhenghe's expression darkened. In dangerous situations, people's first instinct is always self-preservation, and that's understandable. I'm a police officer. I can't just stand by and do nothing, Yang Zhenghe said. But you also have to protect the lives of the people in here. The hairdresser shouted. Stop arguing. There's just a few of us. No need to fight. The chubby guy interrupted. If we can't agree, let's vote. Majority rules. Fine. Good idea. Yang Zhenghe clapped his hands. I vote to save her. Xiao Su, what about you? I'm with you, Captain Yang, Su Wei quickly said. All right, that's 2 votes. Yang Zhenghe turned to the other 3. I'm against it. We must not open that door, the hairdresser said hurriedly. And this is my place, so you should listen to me. The vote was now 2-1. Chen Gu, your turn, Yang Zhenghe said, staring at Chen Gu. Chen Gu thought for a moment, then stood behind the hairdresser. This time, I'm with the hairdresser. We should just stay here until morning, Chingu said. You Captain Yang, you're a good person. We understand your desire to save others. But risking 5 lives for one is not worth it, no matter how you calculate it, Chingu said with a smile. Life isn't a business. 1 life or 5, we save them all, Yang Zhenghe snapped. Don't worry. We still have one last vote, and we agreed to follow the majority. No backing out, Chingu said. Everyone's eyes turned to the chubby guy. The chubby guy didn't expect it would come down to him. After a long moment of thought, he raised his hand with a helpless smile. I abstain. I give up, said the little fat man, raising his hand. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone stared at the fat boy. Don't look at me like that. I really don't know what to do. So I'll leave the decision to you, the fat man said, and directly left the discussion. The main point was to go with the flow. Yang Zhenghe didn't expect that things would return to the starting point. It's 2-2 now. You can't open the door, the barber said hurriedly. Yang Zhenghe closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and suddenly pulled out a pistol from his clothes. When the barber saw the gun, he was frightened and shouted, Comrade, comrade, comrade police officer, we have something to discuss. Don't take the gun. Yang Zhenghe did not point the gun at the crowd, but pointed it at his own temple. Captain Yang, what do you mean? Sui was also panicked and didn't understand why Yang Zhenghe did this. Everyone, I can understand that you choose to protect yourselves in this situation. It's human nature and I don't blame you. I have a plan. In a moment, you open the rolling door 1 foot, and I'll go see what's knocking on the door outside. If it's a person, I'll save her and bring her in. If it's not a person, you push me out and close the rolling door. Although I'm not strong, I weigh more than 100 pounds. Even if I can't beat the monster, I can feed it. I won't be a burden to you. Yang Zhenghe spoke every word loudly and without any doubt. Chungu sighed, Captain Yang, it must be difficult for you to become the captain of the criminal police. Is it worth it to sacrifice yourself for others? Chingu, I want to ask you, why did you kill 8 people? I don't think there is no reason behind it. Do you think what you did was worth it? Yang Zhenghe stared at Chingu. Chingu was stunned for a moment, and a helpless and sad smile appeared on his face. It's worth it. Even if I were given another chance to choose, I would do the same thing. Then I think what I'm doing now is worth it. Open the door. Xiao Su, come here. Yang Zhenghe's eyes were firm. Sui had no choice but to pull up the roller shutter a little. Yang Zhenghe was about to stick his head out to take a look when he was suddenly pulled back by Chingu. Chingu, what are you doing? Yang Zhenghe asked. You'd better keep your life and lead everyone to kill. You are a good person and I, Chingu, admire you. I am different from you. I am a worthless person. If this thing hadn't happened, I would have been executed at around 8 o'clock tomorrow and shot. I don't mind spending half a day like that. I'll go. Chingu had already strode to the door. Yang Zhenghe stared blankly at Chen Ji's back. He could never imagine that Chingu, a murderer, would do such a thing. The fat man and Sui worked together to pull the rolling shutter up 1 foot, barely enough for one person to pass through. Chingu lay on the ground and looked out. He usually liked to watch horror movies, which often contained some scary scenes. He had already prepared himself mentally, thinking that if he stuck his head out, he might see a bloody dead head falling down. But what he saw was not a dead head, but a pair of feet wearing sneakers. Looking up slowly along the feet, Chingu could see clearly in the faint starlight that it was a woman in her 20s. Not only that, she was also pregnant with a big belly. The pregnant woman saw the roller shutter door open, and she lay down with difficulty and crawled inside little by little. Several people in the hair salon also saw the pregnant woman. Yang Zhenghe and Sui worked together to pull the pregnant woman in. At the same time, Chingu looked around and observed the situation outside. It was so quiet outside, without a sound at all, which made people feel creepy. Chingu didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately shrank back. Yang Zhenghe immediately closed the roller shutter. No surprises. What's the situation outside? Yang Zhenghe asked. I don't know. It's too dark. Chingu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The hairdresser suddenly said, Can we leave here at night? Look, She is a pregnant woman, and she can come to our place safely. No, Yang Zhenghe and Chen Gu said at the same time. Humans are not nocturnal animals. Without infrared equipment, if we encounter a monster, we may not even know how we died. Moreover, most wild animals have better night vision than humans, Yang Zhenghe explained. Then, everyone turned their attention to the pregnant woman. Yang Zhenghe comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm a policeman. Can you tell me what the situation is outside? The pregnant woman sobbed and whispered about the situation outside. Her name is Yang Tingting. She is a cashier in a supermarket. She fainted when there was a loud noise in the sky. When she woke up again, it was already dark. There was no one on the street, and the snack street where she usually went was also pitch black. She didn't know what happened, but she was very scared. She knocked on every door for help. She knocked on the entire street, but only Yang Zheng and them responded to her. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine tomorrow. Yang Zhenghe comforted. Are you all tired? Get some sleep. I'll take you to find the main force tomorrow. With Yang Zhenghe's presence, everyone felt a lot more at ease. At this time, Chen Gu saw the fat boy secretly hide a pair of barber scissors in his pants. Yang Zhenghe helped Yang Tingting lie down. The battery of his cell phone was running low, with only 15% left. He didn't know if it could last until dawn. Time passed by minute, and it was already late at night. Although everyone had their eyes closed, we didn't know whether they were asleep or not. Suddenly, Yang Tingting let out a short scream. Yang Zhenghe woke up immediately and sat up. What's wrong? What happened? Chen Gu also opened his eyes immediately. He had not slept the whole time. The fat boy was snoring in his sleep. Yang Tingting covered her chest with one hand and looked vigilantly at the three men sleeping beside her, namely Su Wei, the barber, and the fat man. I felt someone touching my chest just now, Yang Tingting said in a low voice. Yang Zhenghe raised his eyebrows, but everyone's emotions were very unstable right now, so it was not easy to lose his temper. It's okay. Maybe I'm wrong, Yang Tingting said in a low voice with her head down. Although she had a big belly, she looked good and had a good figure, so it was inevitable that some people would have evil thoughts about her. Yang Zhenghe took a deep breath and could only comfort her. It's okay. They don't dare to go too far. Yang Tingting nodded and had no choice but to lie down again. Yang Zhenghe was very tired that day, and he closed his eyes and began to doze off again. With the dim light from his cell phone, Chen Gu saw the barber reaching out his hand to Yang Tingting. In the dim light, Yang Tingting's body trembled slightly, but this time she did not scream out. She just endured it silently. This day was like a dream. Bombers, the end of the world, and monsters you only see in movies all remember this day. Chen Gu sat in the barber chair. He managed to stay awake for the first half of the night, but at 1 o'clock in the morning, Yang Zhenghe's cell phone finally ran out of battery and turned off. The hair salon fell into darkness again. But at this time, everyone was fast asleep, and Chen Gu also felt very tired. He leaned back in the chair with his eyelids starting to droop. He didn't know when he fell asleep. When he woke up again, a dim light shone through the gap in the roller shutter. Yang Zhenghe had woken up early and found that his cell phone was out of battery. He checked the time on Su Wei's cell phone. It was 5:15 in the morning. Everyone, get up. Yang Zhenghe woke everyone up one by one. Today he wanted to take everyone to a safer place. After all, I can't stay in the hair salon forever. There is no food or water here. Being trapped here is a dead end. The little fat boy rubbed his eyes, which were full of red bloodshot. Everyone's spirit and will are reaching their limits. The 6 of them have been staying in this small, dark space for more than 17 hours. If they stay there for too long, they might even have mental problems. Everyone, wake up. I will take you to the school today. There are hundreds of armed police there, and the school cafeteria has enough food reserves. We will definitely escape the crisis. And maybe the army has already been dispatched and wiped out those monsters yesterday. Yang Zhenghe kept cheering everyone up, hoping that everyone could cheer up. Yang Tingting kept holding her stomach, not sure if she was feeling uncomfortable. Yang Zhenghe asked a few questions in a low voice, but Yang Tingting just kept shaking her head. The little fat boy looked around and suddenly raised his hand and asked, "Don't you feel weird?" Yang Zhenghe was slightly stunned. Is there anything strange? The little fat man pointed at Yang Zhenghe and said, "You are the first one." Then he pointed at Su Wei, Chingu, and Yang Tingting and said, 2, 3, 4, plus me, there are 5 of us. If my memory serves me right, there should be 6 of us. Where is the barber? The lighting here was already dim, and everyone had just woken up and was still a little confused. After the fat man was about to remind them, Yang Zhenghe finally realized that there was one person missing. In an instant, a layer of white sweat appeared on everyone's back. Zhao, what's going on? Su Wei looked horrified. Why is there suddenly one person missing? Did this guy sneak away while we were sleeping? Su Wei asked. Impossible. Do you remember his reaction when we opened the door to rescue people last night? He didn't want to open the door at all. How could such a cowardly person leave alone in the dark? Asked the fat man. Then he took out his mobile phone, turned on the flashlight, and wanted to see if the barber was hiding in the corner. But the hair salon was so small that you could see the end at a glance. The roller shutter was still closed, and a living person just disappeared like that. Everyone was horrified. Do people really evaporate like water? Or did a monster sneak in last night and take the barber away? Who's going to check the bathroom? We haven't searched the bathroom yet, said the little fat man. Yang Zhenghe took a deep breath and walked over carefully. The bathroom is less than 1 square meter, separated by a wooden door, and has only a toilet inside. Yang Zhenghe nervously opened the door. He now hoped that the timid barber was just going to the toilet. Squeak. The wooden door was opened, and there was nothing in the bathroom. What the heck? Su Wei's face turned pale. Chungu looked around carefully to see if there was any secret compartment or secret passage, but after searching thoroughly, he found nothing. That leaves only 2 possibilities. First, the barber sneaked away while everyone was asleep. This is almost impossible. To leave the garage, you have to open the rolling shutter. The sound of the rolling shutter being pulled up and down is very loud and will definitely wake everyone up. And there was no reason for the barber to leave alone. That leaves only the second possibility. It is also a possibility that no one is willing to admit. That was last night. After everyone fell asleep, a monster came to the hair salon and took away the barber. The thought that a completely unknown monster might sneak in while they were sleeping made everyone present shudder with fear. Wait, look what this is. Chungu suddenly walked into the bathroom and took out a large black object from the wastebasket. The light in the room was dim to begin with, and everyone was so suspicious that they didn't even notice that there was something in the wastebasket. When I shook it open, I saw that it was actually a set of clothes. It is a pair of jeans wrapped with half sleeves. This style looks familiar. Isn't this the barber's clothes? The little fat man said. I remember clearly that when I came to him for a haircut yesterday, he was wearing this. You said that if a monster eats people, would it let him take off his clothes first? And if he was really eaten by a monster, why didn't he even scream? Yang Zhenghe's mind was in a mess. Although he had been a criminal police for 20 years, the situation before him was beyond the scope of criminal investigation. 6 people slept in one room. When they woke up, there were only 5 people left in the absolutely closed space, and the clothes of the missing person were found in the bathroom. Have you ever thought about another possibility? Chungu suddenly said. The barber may not have left the room at all. Yang Zhenghe didn't understand what he said. The little fat boy immediately understood what Chungu meant. You mean? Among the 5 people left in this room, one of them might be an unknown monster. As soon as these words were spoken, fear took root in everyone's heart. 5 people stood in 5 directions, staring at each other nervously. No one spoke for a moment. Okay, everyone, now please prove that you are human, said the little fat man. How do you prove this? Su Wei asked. Su Wei, I want to ask you something. What were the names of the 2 prisoners we escorted yesterday? Yang Zhenghe asked. Su Wei was stunned, but quickly reacted. We didn't escort any prisoners yesterday. I can prove that he is real, said Yang Zhenghe. Captain Yang, what's your daughter's name? Su Wei asked. I only have one son, no daughter, Yang Zhenghe replied. I can prove he's real. The police duo are on the same front again. Chingo. What was the name of the bomber who drowned yesterday? Yang Zhenghe asked. Army, let me correct you. He committed suicide by jumping off a building, not by drowning, Chingu replied. The 3 of them eliminated the suspicion at the same time, and their eyes stayed on the fat boy and Yang Tingting. The little fat man waved his hands in panic. "Don't look at me like that, it's scary. If we were to say who is the most suspicious here. I remember someone came in at midnight yesterday. My name is Yang Zhenghe, and I'm a policeman. 9HU. Fang'im people say that people can see a revolving lantern before they die. These important people appearing in front of me now should be the revolving lantern. First of all, I want to apologize because I lied. Before, when we were confirming with each other whether we were human, I told them that I had a son. I did have a son, but he died 7 years ago. Being a police officer, especially a criminal police officer, is bound to offend people. I remember that this case happened 8 years ago. At that time, there were no campaigns to crack down on gangs and eliminate evil, especially in this small place. Gangs were rampant. Li Chunmei is a 56-year-old laid-off female worker. As she is old, it is difficult for her to find a job in the city. So she scraped together money to buy a small tricycle and went from street to street collecting waste and junk to supplement her family income. Qian Jinhua was the owner of a local nightclub with dozens of subordinates, and it was said that they were related. Originally, the two people had nothing in common, but that day Qian Jinhua drank a little and took his mistress for a ride in a Mercedes-Benz. He stepped on the accelerator and hit Li Chunmei, who was going home after collecting junk. If Qian Jinhua had sent the woman to the hospital and paid some compensation, the incident might have been resolved. But instead of sending the woman to the hospital, Qian, who called himself the gangster boss, got out of the car and beat Li Chunmei violently with an iron rod while she lay on the ground. He waited until Li Chunmei was completely motionless before he drove his Mercedes-Benz over her and drove away. Soon, the police station received a call. When Yang Zhenghe arrived, Li Chunmei had already died. Her husband and son were crying heartbreakingly and demanded that the police severely punish the murderer. And this boss Qian was soon caught. However, he insisted that he was not the one driving the car that day, but one of his younger brothers, and explained that it was just a traffic accident and definitely not a murder. As for what happened in the court, who boss Qian notified, or if there are any other things involved, it is not something a small criminal policeman like me can know. The final verdict was, the younger brother who took the blame was sentenced to 5 years in prison, and boss Qian paid hundreds of thousands of dollars in compensation to Li Chunmei's family. Originally, everyone thought that the matter was over, but Li Chunmei's family could not accept such an outcome and insisted on appealing. But in the end, due to insufficient evidence, the original verdict was upheld. Li Chunmei's son is called Zhao Long, a very young man who has been working in a factory. He is a very hard-working person, and all this tragedy has just begun. Faced with his mother's death, Zhao Long was extremely sad and absolutely refused to obey the court's decision. But facing a wealthy boss who has both money and connections, this path seems to no longer work. Zhao Long worked as a lathe operator in a factory. He made a 2-foot-long machete by himself and secretly followed boss Qian for more than 3 months. Finally, he got a chance. That night, boss Qian was drunk. He parked his Mercedes-Benz in the parking lot and staggered home. And Zhao Long just followed him all the way to his home. Although boss Qian lives a life of debauchery outside, he loves his wife very much at home. They also have a 9-year-old daughter. Zhao Long took advantage of the moment when boss Qian opened the door and followed him in. He chopped boss Qian dozens of times with a machete. In the end, boss Qian was chopped to pieces and it was unrecognizable. At this time, Zhao Long was already bloodthirsty and even spared no effort on boss Qian's wife and daughter. After calming down completely, Zhao Long was horrified when he saw the corpses all over the ground and returned to his hometown with his father overnight. The police were not pushovers. After receiving the report, they quickly found the person behind the scene, Zhao Long. It was me who went to arrest Zhao Long. At that time, I remember clearly that after I handcuffed Zhao Long to the ground, the old father knelt on the ground and begged the police to let him and his son go. My son was trying to get rid of harm to the people? How did he become a murderer? Why didn't you arrest the gangsters who killed my wife? Facing the accusations from Zhao Long's father, I didn't say anything. I couldn't say anything. I have been in the police force for so many years and I know that the things involved cannot be explained in just a few words. Finally, after the first and second trials, Zhao Long was sentenced to death. I thought at the time that the matter was completely over. But I never expected that this would be the starting point of everything. 3 months later, on National Day, my son came back from school and I drove to the station to pick him up, but I waited and waited but didn't see that silly boy. I waited and waited, but what I finally got was a phone call. Officer Yang, do you still remember me? I have your son in my hands. When I heard this voice, my heart sank to the bottom. This was Zhao Long's father's voice. What do you want to do? Do you want money? Tell me the amount, and I will definitely get it for you. A disdainful laugh came from the other end of the phone. Officer Yang, do you think money is still important to me? I want to talk to you. Just you and me. Finally, he gave an address. As a criminal policeman, I reported the matter to the police force without hesitation, and the police force naturally attached great importance to it. Surround there immediately. But when I saw Zhao Long's father and my son, my blood ran cold. The two men were wrapped in bombs that would explode if they were not careful. Mr. Zhao, I know you're miserable, but this matter has nothing to do with the child. I arrested your son. If you want revenge, come to me and let the child go. I looked at my son's terrified eyes. My heart almost broke. And you have to believe in the law. Your son killed 3 people, one of whom was a 9-year-old child. No matter how he is sentenced, he will be sentenced to death. Why can't you figure it out? If everyone is like him, won't the world be in chaos? Zhao Long's father just laughed there, and his laughter was creepy. Big bosses can find someone to take the blame for murder and be sentenced to a few years. My son must be sentenced to death for murder. This is what you call the law. The law is for us poor people. Now I understand it. Officer Yang, do you know why I called you here? I just want to watch your son being blown to pieces in front of you. Judge me with your law. After saying that, this honest farmer lit the fuse without hesitation. Dad. This was the last time he called me Dad. Then the bomb exploded. At that moment, I finally experienced what it felt like the sky was falling. My sky fell, and his sky fell too. I finally understood why old Zhao was unwilling to reason. All principles are for people to live well. But he wanted to die. I don't know if I'm a good police officer, but I'm definitely not a good father. From that time on, guilt towards my son filled my heart every moment. This guilt will only be slightly alleviated when I help others. Over time, it even develops into a mental illness with a strong tendency towards self-destruction. I would rather die and suffer injustice than watch others suffer. So, when I heard a woman knocking on the roller door, I opened it without hesitation. But I didn't expect that this would be the end of my life. My name is Yang Zhenghe. I have finished my story, so that's it. Aren't you curious? How could she, a woman who is pregnant, come to us safely? In fact, Yang Zhenghe had doubts in his heart for a long time. But first of all, Yang Tingting was a girl and was pregnant. She always looked pitiful, which made it easy for people to ignore her. I have another question. Hey guys, have you ever seen a pregnant woman? Asked the little fat man. Both Chenggu and Su Wei are single and have no girlfriends, although they have never seen a pregnant woman. Yang Zhenghe gradually frowned, stared at Yang Tingting, and took 2 steps back. Look at this girl's belly. She must have been pregnant for 6 or 7 months. Generally speaking, during this period, pregnancy reactions will be very severe. Dizziness and vomiting are common. But look at her. Did she vomit once throughout the entire night? The little fat man took 2 steps back. I feel a little weird too. Chenggu said, last night, I saw the barber molesting her, but she held back and didn't say anything. I thought she, as a woman, wouldn't dare to speak in such an environment. But when I woke up this morning, the barber was gone. We both slept soundly in the second half of the night. Who knows what happened? The 4 people's eyes were all focused on Yang Tingting. The appearance of this woman was already very strange. What's going on outside? It's almost the end of the world. Where can a pregnant woman knock on the door with a big belly? According to normal human logic, the first reaction when encountering danger outside should be to go home. Everyone was so frightened yesterday, and coupled with Yang Zhenghe's insistence, no one noticed these details at all. Girl, we won't make things difficult for you. The situation is unclear right now. Just lift the clothes off your belly. The little fat man slowly approached. Yang Tingting suddenly became very excited. She grabbed a bottle of shampoo and threw it over, hitting the little fat boy directly on the head. What are you doing? Don't come over here. Why are you bullying a girl like me? What did I do to you? Yang Tingting was very emotional, and tears fell as she spoke. Yang Zhenghe hurriedly comforted him. Don't be afraid. We don't mean any harm. It's just the current situation. Anyway, I guarantee in the name of the police that you will not be harmed in any way. Yang Tingting looked very excited. Her body was shaking constantly, and all the suppressed fear burst out. You were the last person to come into contact with the barber last night. Do you know where he went? Yang Zhenghe asked. Yang Tingting was like a completely different person compared to the timid and cowardly girl she was yesterday. Now she looked even more neurotic. Okay, come here. I'll only tell you. Yang Tingting hugged her chest with both hands and stared at the others carefully. Just as Yang Zhenghe was about to walk over, Chen Gu grabbed his arm. I feel like something seems to be wrong. Chen Gu reminded in a low voice. It's okay. What can a woman like him do to me? Yang Zhenghe tried his best to calm everyone down. Then he said to Yang Tingting, believe me, I will never hurt you. As he spoke, he moved closer to Yang Tingting step by step. The fat boy put his hand in his trouser pocket, where he hid a pair of scissors. Chen Gu retreated to the side of the barber chair. If anything unexpected happened, he would grab the chair and throw it over. Yang Zhenghe slowly approached, grabbed the hem of Yang Tingting's clothes, and slowly rolled it up. However, as soon as the clothes on Yang Tingting's abdomen were rolled up, Yang Zhenghe's pupils shrank instantly and his expression became extremely frightened. Su Weigan was at the back and couldn't see the situation clearly, but the fat guy and Chen Gu witnessed this horrifying scene with their own eyes. How can that fetus be in Yang Tingting's bulging belly? It was simply a strange tumor the size of a volleyball. The tumor was brown-black in color, covered with bumpy bumps, and countless blood vessels extended from the tumor and penetrated deeply into Yang Tingting's body. The most terrifying thing was that there was an eye the size of a fist growing on the tumor, and the eyeball was rolling around. Everyone present felt their scalp tingling after seeing this scene. At this moment, a face suddenly appeared on the tumor with an extremely distorted and painful expression. Several people could barely recognize that it was the barber's face. Blaze. Chen Gu swung the barber chair towards Yang Tingting, hitting her head directly. Chun Ji's strength was already amazing, and the barber chair was very heavy, so this blow directly dented half of Yang Tingting's head. But half of her head collapsed, but not a drop of blood came out, and no brain matter was seen. It was empty inside. Only some thin black tentacles could be seen, crawling all over Yang Tingting's blood vessels. Seeing this scene, how could Chingu not know? No wonder this woman was walking alone on the streets of Doomsday. She had long been assimilated by the monster. The parasitic tumor suddenly opened a mouth, and there was nothing in the mouth, but black mucus flowed out. Suddenly, a black tongue-like thing ejected from the mouth of the parasitic tumor and directly pierced through Yang Zhenghe's chest. Yang Zhenghe's eyes opened wide, and he tried to pull out the tongue with trembling hands, but his hands could not move at all, and his bones seemed to be melting. He never imagined that his momentary kindness would end up killing himself. What the heck? The little fat boy, who had been timid all the time, took out the hidden scissors and cut off the tongue of the parasitic tumor in one go. Black liquid sprayed everywhere. The black liquid fell to the ground, and the floor made a hissing sound as it was corroded. Chun Gu swung the barber chair in his hand again and smashed it hard on Yang Tingting's back. There was a sound of crack, and Yang Tingting's spine was broken directly. But even so, Yang Tingting's face did not show a trace of pain. At this time, she was completely numb. She just stretched out her hand and kept protecting the parasitic tumor in her arms and kept muttering, my child, duck you." The fat boy rushed over with a pair of scissors in his hand and stabbed the parasitic tumor with one cut. Chun Gu swung up the barber chair and smashed it hard, smashing the tumor into pulp. Together with Yang Tingting, they were smashed beyond recognition. He threw the barber chair aside and sat on the ground, panting. Only Su Wei looked confused, and he crawled over tremblingly to check Yang Zhenghe's injuries. Captain Yang, wake up. What will I do if you die? Captain Yang, my name is Yang Zhenghe, and I'm a policeman. People say that people can see a revolving lantern before they die. These important people appearing in front of me now should be the revolving lantern. First of all, I want to apologize because I lied. Before, when we were confirming with each other whether we were human, I told them that I had a son. I did have a son, but he died 7 years ago. Being a police officer, especially a criminal police officer, is bound to offend people. I remember that this case happened 8 years ago. At that time, there were no campaigns to crack down on gangs and eliminate evil, especially in this small place. Gangs were rampant. Lee Chunmei is a 56-year-old laid-off female worker. As she is old, it is difficult for her to find a job in the city. So she scraped together money to buy a small tricycle and went from street to street collecting waste and junk to supplement her family income. Qian Zhenhua is the owner of a local nightclub and has dozens of subordinates. I heard that they have some connections. Originally, these two people had nothing in common, but that day Qian Zhenhua drank a little and took his mistress for a ride in a Mercedes-Benz. He stepped on the accelerator and hit Lee Chunmei, who was about to go home after collecting the junk. If Qian Zhenhua had sent the person to the hospital and paid some compensation at the time, this matter might have just passed. However, Boss Qian, who calls himself the gangster boss, not only did not send the girl to the hospital, but after getting out of the car, he picked up an iron rod and beat Lee Chunmei crazily while she was lying on the ground. He waited until Lee Chunmei was completely motionless before he drove his Mercedes-Benz over Lee Chunmei and drove away. Soon, the police station received a call. When Yang Zhenghua arrived, Lee Chunmei had already died. Her husband and son were crying heartbreakingly and demanded that the police severely punish the murderer. And this Boss Qian was soon caught. However, he insisted that he was not the one driving the car that day, but one of his younger brothers, and explained that it was just a traffic accident and definitely not a murder. As for what happened in the court, who Boss Qian notified, or if there are any other things involved, it is not something a small criminal policeman like me can know. The final verdict was, the younger brother who took the blame was sentenced to 5 years in prison, and Boss Qian paid hundreds of thousands of dollars in compensation to Lee Chunmei's family. Originally, everyone thought that the matter was over, but Lee Chunmei's family could not accept such an outcome and insisted on appealing. But in the end, due to insufficient evidence, the original verdict was upheld. Lee Chunmei's son is called Zhao Long, a very young man who has been working in a factory. He is a very hard-working person, and all this tragedy has just begun. Faced with his mother's death, Zhao Long was extremely sad and absolutely refused to obey the court's decision. But facing a wealthy boss who has both money and connections, this path seems to no longer work. Zhao Long worked as a lathe operator in a factory. He made a 2-foot-long machete by himself and secretly followed Boss Qian for more than 3 months. Finally, he got a chance. That night, Boss Qian was drunk. He parked his Mercedes-Benz in the parking lot and staggered home. And Zhao Long just followed him all the way to his home. Although Boss Qian lives a life of debauchery outside, he loves his wife very much at home. They also have a 9-year-old daughter. Zhao Long took advantage of the moment when Boss Qian opened the door and followed him in. He chopped Boss Qian dozens of times with a machete. In the end, Boss Qian was chopped to pieces and it was unrecognizable. At this time, Zhao Long was already bloodthirsty and even spared no effort on Boss Qian's wife and daughter. After calming down completely, Zhao Long was horrified when he saw the corpses all over the ground, and returned to his hometown with his father overnight. The police were not pushovers. After receiving the report, they quickly found the person behind the scene, Zhao Long. It was me who went to arrest Zhao Long. At that time, I remember clearly that after I handcuffed Zhao Long to the ground, the old father knelt on the ground and begged the police to let him and his son go. My son was trying to get rid of harm to the people? How did he become a murderer? Why didn't you arrest the gangsters who killed my wife? Facing the accusations from Zhao Long's father, I didn't say anything. I couldn't say anything. I have been in the police force for so many years and I know that the things involved cannot be explained in just a few words. Finally, after the first and second trials, Zhao Long was sentenced to death. I thought at the time that the matter was completely over, but I never expected that this would be the starting point of everything. 3 months later, on National Day, my son came back from school and I drove to the station to pick him up, but I waited and waited but didn't see that silly boy. I waited and waited, but what I finally got was a phone call. Officer Yang, Do you still remember me? I have your son in my hands. When I heard this voice, my heart sank to the bottom. This is the voice of Zhao Long's father. What do you want to do? Do you want money? Tell me the amount, and I will definitely get it for you. A disdainful laugh came from the other end of the phone. Officer Yang, do you think money is still important to me? I want to talk to you. Just you and me. Finally, he gave an address. As a criminal policeman, I reported the matter to the police force without hesitation, and the police force naturally attached great importance to it. Surround there immediately. But when I saw Zhao Long's father and my son, my blood ran cold. The two men were wrapped in bombs that would explode if they were not careful. Mr. Zhao, I know you're miserable, but this matter has nothing to do with the child. I was the one who arrested your son. If you want revenge, come to me and let the child go. I looked at my son's horrified eyes and my heart was about to break. And you have to believe in the law. Your son killed 3 people, one of whom was a 9-year-old child. No matter how he is sentenced, he will be sentenced to death. Why can't you understand this? If everyone is like him, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Zhao Long's father just stood there laughing, a laugh that made people's hair stand on end. If a big boss kills someone, he can find someone to take the blame and be sentenced to a few years. But my son killed someone and must be sentenced to death. This is what you call the law. The law is for us poor people. Now I understand it. Officer Yang, do you know why I called you here? I just want to watch your son being blown to pieces in front of you. Judge me with your law. After saying this honest farmer all his life lit the fuse without any hesitation. Dad. This was the last time he called me Dad. Then the bomb exploded. At that moment, I finally experienced what it felt like the sky was falling. My sky fell, and his sky fell too. I finally understood why old Zhao was unwilling to reason. All principles are for people to live well. But he wanted to die. I don't know if I'm a good police officer, but I'm definitely not a good father. From that time on, guilt towards my son filled my heart every moment. This guilt will only be slightly alleviated when I help others. Over time, it even develops into a mental illness with a strong tendency towards self-destruction. I would rather die and suffer injustice than watch others suffer. So, when I heard a woman knocking on the roller door, I opened it without hesitation. But I didn't expect that this would be the end of my life. My name is Yang Zhenghe. That's the end of my story, that's all. When Chen Gu saw the fire axe, he immediately felt that the kitchen knife in his hand was no longer useful. For them now, this was indeed a peerless artifact. The fat man handed the fire axe to Chen Gu. I'm not very good at fighting and killing, so you should do it. Chen Gu didn't say anything more and directly took the fire axe in his hand, which immediately made him feel more secure. Sui asked quietly, so where should we go now? Should we go to school as planned? Or should we go directly back to the police station? Chingu asked back, you are a police officer. You know more about this situation than we do. Where do you think we should go? Sui was at a loss. He was a man without his own opinion and had always followed Yang Zhenghe's lead. But now that Captain Yang was dead, he had no idea what to do next. Or, let us go to school. There are more people there, and it will definitely be safer to join up with the main force. Sui asked tentatively. He was still quite concerned about Chingu. After all, Chingu was a genuine murderer. If he became murderous and wanted to kill him, no one would avenge him in such an environment. Therefore, Sui tried his best not to provoke Chingu. Before Chingu could say anything, the little fat guy whispered beside him. Have you never seen movies about the end of the world? Obviously, the more people there are, the more dangerous it is. Sui could only look at Chingu. Unknowingly, Chingu had become the person with the most say in this team. I think we should go to school. The situation is unclear right now, and it's safest to stay with the armed personnel, Chingu said. Okay, now that we've made up our minds, don't regret it. Once we've eaten and drunk enough, we'll go to school together. The little fat boy said, by the way, I don't even know your names yet. My name is Sui. My name is Chen Gu, a murderer. Chen Gu didn't care about his identity. You are a murderer, and you still dare to approach the police? Aren't you afraid that they will arrest you? Asked the little fat man in surprise. Chen Gu just smiled and asked, What's your name? It's the end of the world. The name doesn't matter. Just call me Fatty, said the little fat man. From Qin Ji's point of view, this young man who called himself fat was not actually that fat. He was about 1.7 meters tall and weighed around 140 kilograms, which could only be considered slightly fat. By the way, I have another question. Do you think that only the store has become like this, or has the whole world become like this? If it is just the store, I think the most important thing we should do is to leave this city immediately. And why do these monsters appear? Haven't you ever thought about this question? By the way, have you ever seen a movie called The Mist? In the movie, the army was doing an experiment and accidentally opened the door to another world. What do you think? The fat man said softly. Watch less science fiction movies. If the door to another world could really be opened, humans would have been in chaos long ago. I think it might be something that came out of that laboratory. Chungu said, by the way, Officer Su, you are an insider. Do you know the inside story? Su Wei said bitterly. I am just a small policeman. How could I know so much? And if I really knew something, why would I be trapped in a hair salon? The three of them chatted and ate until they could not eat anymore. The fat boy then filled the 3 backpacks with enough food and water. These things are enough for them to eat for at least 3 or 4 days. After eating, the 3 people's physical strength has recovered to its peak, and it is time to hit the road. Chen Gu walked in front holding a fire axe in his hand, and the fat boy walked in the middle holding a mop handle and a spear made of a sharp knife. Su Wei walked at the back holding the pepper spray and a kitchen knife. The 3 of them didn't say a word on the road, for fear that the sound of their voices would attract something strange. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally came to a crossroads. Suddenly, the fat boy pointed to the sky and asked, Look, what is that in the sky? Su Wei and Qinggu looked up at the same time, and then they all stood there in a daze. There were high-rise buildings on both sides of the street, so the sunlight couldn't even get in, and they couldn't see what was happening on the horizon. But now that I have left this street, I finally see a black hole in the sky. Of course, this black hole does not refer to a celestial body in the universe, but a huge dark void hanging straight in the south direction. Because the distance is too far, there is no way to measure the diameter of this black hole. If compared with the sun in the sky, the diameter of this black hole is about 10 times that of the sun. This scene looks both sci-fi and fantasy. Why do I feel like that's a game sticker? The fat boy said to himself. Chinggu didn't usually play games, so he didn't know what game stickers were. So he just asked casually, what does it mean? It's just, I feel like this thing is not in the same dimension as us. I can see it, but I can never touch it, said the little fat man. Do you still remember the loud noise yesterday? Do you think it was because there was a hole in the sky? Chinggu asked. They simply couldn't answer this question. The little fat man whispered, doesn't this scene look a bit like a myth? Hearing what the little fat man said, Chenggu and Su Wei also thought of the well-known myth and legend, and said in unison, Nuwa repaired the sky? Do you think there is a possibility that what Nuwa repaired was not the sky, but a dimensional crack like this? Those strange creatures in the mythology emerged from the dimensional cracks? Nuwa first repaired the dimensional cracks, and then led the people at that time to kill all those monsters, which led to the prosperous and stable era in the later period. The little fat man became more and more excited as he spoke. Okay, think about the reality. If we can't go to school, it won't help even if there's a hole in the sky or diarrhea. Chun Ji's words brought everyone back to reality. Chun Gu remembered very clearly that it took him only more than 10 minutes to get from school to the hair salon in the prison van. Converted into walking time, it would take at most 20 to 30 minutes. In other words, as long as there are no accidents along the way, they will be able to meet up with the main force in 20 minutes at most. Although the black hole in the sky is a wonder, it is not as important as their good sleep tonight. The 3 men followed the route the prison van had taken, moving forward at the fastest speed. After walking for 20 minutes, Su Wei finally saw the gate of Kaimin Primary School. Just as he was about to step forward, he was suddenly stopped by Chinggu and the fat boy. Why do I feel like the atmosphere here is weird? The little fat man clenched his spear tightly. Are you sure there are hundreds of special police here? Why? Is it so quiet? In fact, as soon as he left the hair salon, Chenggu felt that the atmosphere of this city was very strange. Although it was not a big city, the urban population was 600,000. However, until now, they had not seen anyone, let alone people. Even the winged bat-like monster that attacked them yesterday was not seen. The whole city was dead silent, as if hundreds of thousands of people had disappeared overnight. As for the school in front of them, it is possible for the hundreds of well-trained special police officers ambushing in the school to remain quiet. But don't forget that this is a school. Not only are there special police officers who were not withdrawn in time yesterday, but there are also hundreds of elementary school students and teachers. Anyone who has had some exposure to the teaching profession knows how difficult it is to keep hundreds of children quiet. But now, the Kaiman Primary School in front of him was dead silent. Apart from the sound of the wind, there was no sound at all. This is extremely abnormal and doesn't make sense no matter how you think about it. I say, are we still going in? The fat man asked cautiously. Su-wei looked at Chingu. Although he was a policeman, he didn't know what to do. Chingu was also undecided. The three of them stared at each other. This decision was too difficult. If they took one wrong step, everyone would die. Chingu has now gradually understood why the army said all roads lead to despair. This situation is indeed desperate. Xiaoping, shout towards the school. If someone agrees, we will go in. If there is no movement, I think it is better not to go in. Chingu tightly grasped the fire axe in his hand. Now the whole world can no longer be explained by their common sense. What is the matter with that black hole in the sky that is bigger than the sun? In any case, human science today cannot explain it. The little fat boy took a deep breath, stood at the school gate and shouted towards the teaching building. Is there anyone alive? If there is anyone alive, please let me know. The shouts sounded particularly harsh in this silent city, echoing between the buildings for a long time. The three people were tense and stared at the teaching building in front of them. Half a minute passed, and there was no movement inside. Let's go. There must be something strange here. Or the special police have left to protect the children, Chingu said. Hundreds of fully armed and well-trained special police are definitely a force that cannot be underestimated. Yesterday and today they encountered two attacks. The first was a bat monster, and the second was a parasitic tumor. Although these two monsters are weird, they are not impossible to eliminate. A volley of bullets from the bat monster can directly turn it into meat paste, not to mention the parasitic tumor, whose ability to withstand head-on attacks is close to zero. It now seems most likely that these special police escorted the children to a safer place. All in vain, Chingu said. Just as the three were about to leave, suddenly, the window on the fourth floor of the teaching building opened, and a figure leaned out and waved at them. Chingu had the best eyesight and could tell at a glance that the man was wearing a special training uniform. He was the special police who did not have time to retreat yesterday. Seeing someone, the three of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I see a living person. The little fat boy was so happy that he almost cried. He finally returned to the embrace of the organization. The three of them let down their guard and walked quickly into the school. This teaching building is divided into 6 floors. The first grade is on the first floor, the second grade is on the second floor, and so on. Originally, Chingu thought that this place must have been attacked and the interior of the teaching building must be in tatters, but he never expected that the classrooms were extremely clean and tidy without any chaos. It seemed that Kaiman Primary School was not attacked by those monsters at all. Wait a minute, let us block the gate. It will be terrible if a monster comes in through the gate, Chingu said. The school lacked everything, and the last thing it lacked was tables, chairs, and benches. But when the three of them were about to block the door with them, they found that there was not even a set of tables, chairs, and benches in the classroom. Could it be that all the kids in this elementary school have to stand during class? The fat boy asked curiously. The three of them searched several classrooms separately, but still couldn't find a set of desks and chairs. This was strange. Let's stop worrying about so many things. Let's just reunite with the main force and leave this darn place. Su-wei was almost driven crazy by the torture. He just wanted to go to a safe place, eat a hot meal, and have a good sleep. He didn't want to care about anything else. Su-wei reached out to press the elevator button, but the elevator did not respond. There was no choice but to quickly walk to the 4th floor. Chingu and the little fat boy looked at each other, and both felt that something was strange in the school. Fatty, you say? Chingu asked in a low voice, Under what circumstances would a school be without desks and chairs? Unless there are no students in this school, replied the fat boy. The two faced the teaching building again and felt an inexplicable chill. There's no point in being afraid. We're already here, and it's not necessarily safe outside. The fat man encouraged himself, and then followed Su Wei to the 4th floor. Chen Ge came up behind, looking around vigilantly, and only came to the 4th floor after making sure there was no problem. When he arrived at the 4th floor, he saw the fat man and Su Wei were looking for something curiously. What are you two doing? Where is the policeman? Chen Ge asked. We are curious too. The policeman just now should have been in this classroom. How come he disappeared in the blink of an eye? He didn't even say he would come to pick us up. The little fat boy asked curiously. When I looked up, I saw a sign on the classroom that said Class 3, Grade 4. Only the window of this classroom was open. In other words, they were not mistaken. The policeman had indeed greeted them here. But logically, the two parties should meet. So why did they stop meeting in the blink of an eye? The little fat man suddenly said, What do you think? That policeman just now, could he be a ghost? He didn't tell us to run. He told us to run. Although it is summer now, Su Wei and Chen Ge still felt chilly after hearing what the fat boy said. It's not that weird, right? I always feel something is wrong. Why don't we leave quickly? Said the little fat man. Su Wei was a little unwilling. He had finally met his colleagues, and it would be too risky to just leave like that. Chen Ge walked to the wall and gently touched it with his hand. Come and take a look. What is this? I saw a row of round holes as thick as little fingers on the wall. Su Wei's expression suddenly changed. As a policeman, he of course recognized that it was a bullet hole. In other words, a battle once took place in this classroom. Moreover, Chen Ge discovered that there were no desks or chairs in this classroom. Darn. Something is wrong with this place. Let's go. Chen Ge had already realized that something was wrong with this school. They came in because they saw a special police officer on the 4th floor waving at them, which made them mistakenly think that they had found a large group of people, so they relaxed their vigilance. And it stands to reason that when someone sees someone coming, someone should come to greet them. Besides, Su Wei is a policeman, and Chen Ge is wearing prison clothes, which should attract more attention. But when they arrived at the 4th floor, they didn't find anyone, and there were bullet holes on the wall, indicating that this place had been attacked and someone had fired shots in the room. The most important point is, this school has at least 500 or 600 students, dozens of teachers and school staff, and hundreds of special police. But we have been here for such a long time. Why haven't we seen anyone? We haven't even heard anyone's voice? Chen Ge asked. Anyway, something is wrong. Let's go. The little fat man looked around nervously, tightly holding the spear made of a kitchen knife and a mop handle. Only Su Wei hadn't figured out what was going on. Seeing the little fat man and Chen Ge preparing to leave, he hurriedly stopped them and said, Where are you two going? We finally found the main group. There's something wrong with this place. Let's leave first. Chen Ge said, But it's not necessarily safe outside, is it? Su Wei retorted, People should be hiding on the roof or on the upper floors. As long as we climb up 2 floors, we will definitely find the main force, and then we will be safe. After Su Wei finished speaking, he walked to the 5th floor on his own, but Chen Ge and the little fat man did not follow him. If you want to die, go ahead. I won't accompany you. The fat man didn't give Su Wei any face at all. He parted ways and went downstairs. Su Wei felt a little embarrassed and could only look at Chen Ge. Chen Ge, don't forget that you are still a prisoner. Su Wei said in a threatening tone. Then I am a fugitive now. Come and catch me if you dare. Chen Ge said and followed the fat boy to leave this weird school. Su Wei's face twitched. If I had the courage, I would have done it long ago. Looking at the dead silence on the 5th floor stairs, and then at the backs of Chen Ge and the little fat man. It was just a joke. Why are you two still angry? Wait for me. Su Wei hurriedly chased after him. Being left alone in a dangerous place is basically equivalent to a death sentence. This is how it is played out in horror movies. The 3 of them hurried downstairs. It only took 3 energetic adults 1 or 2 minutes to go down the 4th floor and reach the exit. But the moment they saw the exit of the teaching building, the faces of the 3 of them turned very ugly. The entrance they had come in through was now completely blocked by countless tables and chairs, making it impossible to get out. None of the three spoke. Cold sweat slowly seeped from their foreheads. Su Wei, the most timid one, had already started to tremble. He had previously thought that Chenggu and the fat man were trying to scare him, but after seeing the scene in front of him, he finally believed that there was something strange about this place. Are we lost? Su Wei asked cautiously. There is only one road up and down. If you get lost, I'll take care of you, the fat man whispered. Then he walked over carefully and poked the tables and chairs with the spear in his hand. It's definitely not an illusion. This is all real. Are we really seeing a ghost? The little fat man asked in a low voice. When we came up before, there were no tables and chairs. It took at most 3 or 4 minutes to put them up and down. What kind of power can put hundreds of tables and chairs here? Unless, where did all the people you said disappeared go? Su Wei shuddered. You mean, those missing people have turned into ghosts and want us to stay and be buried with them? Chenggu noticed something even more bizarre. Where did you get these tables, chairs and benches? Xiaopeng, do you remember that when we first came here, we found that all the tables, chairs and benches on this floor were gone? We also confirmed that there was only one way up and down. Su Wei's face became paler and paler. This place was full of weirdness, and he had already begun to regret coming in. How about the three of us move these tables and chairs away? It won't take long, Su Wei asked in a low voice. If we don't figure out where these things come from, it will be a waste of effort. We might finally clear a path, but in the blink of an eye, these tables, chairs, and benches are back again. The little fat man looked around vigilantly. Is there no other way out here? Chenggu sneered. No matter who is behind this, it's not that easy to trap me. Follow me. Let's jump out the window. Su Wei and the little fat boy's eyes lit up at the same time. That's right. The door is blocked. We can jump out of the window. As a result, when the three of them came to the classroom next door and took a look, they were disappointed. In order to prevent students from jumping out of the windows and getting injured, vertical steel bars are embedded in the windows of this school. Each bar is as thick as a little finger. Look at me. Based on my years of skipping school, these steel bars are just for scaring people. Chenggu said proudly. I bet the contractor must have cut corners when installing the steel bars. As he said this, he took 2 steps back, then suddenly took a running start and rushed out, kicking the steel bar on the window. As a result, this kick, the steel bar did not move at all. Hiss. Chenggu limped back in pain. You shouldn't cut corners when you shouldn't, but you used so much when you should. Darn it. The little fat man rolled his eyes. This is steel bar. What does it mean to break steel bar? If you can break the steel bar with one kick, you are not a human being. Chenggu swung the back of the fire axe and smashed the steel bar hard. In the end, his hands were numb and the steel bar only had a slight bend. Moreover, these steel bars are designed to prevent children from jumping out of windows, and the spacing between them is even shorter, so adults can barely stretch out one arm. The three people really had no choice but to go back to the gate. If all else failed, they could only move the tables, chairs, and benches away one by one. How about we try going upstairs? Su Wei asked in a low voice. Chenggu and the little fat man had no choice but to agree. Being trapped here was not a solution. If they ran into a living person, they would work together to find a solution. The three people came to the 4th floor again. This time they checked every classroom carefully and were sure that there was no one below the 4th floor. The three people stood at the stairs on the 5th floor, feeling very nervous. Why do I have the feeling of being ready to die heroically? Said the little fat man. You crow's mouth. This is called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Su Wei said. Only Chenggu remained silent. With an unpleasant expression, he stared at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor. Look, is that the SWAT officer standing there who waved at me just now? The structure of this teaching building is symmetrical, with the stairs in the middle and symmetrical classrooms on both sides of the stairs. Now Chenggu and the other two were standing in front of the stairs on the 4th floor. At the end of the corridor on the right, a person suddenly appeared. Because the distance was quite far, I could only see that the man was wearing the special police training uniform, but I couldn't see his face clearly. Moreover, the special police officer stood at the end of the corridor and looked straight at them. A chill rose from the bottom of my heart. Before this, Chenggu and the little fat boy carefully checked every classroom. The classrooms were not big, and the ends could be seen at a glance. Moreover, there were no tables, chairs, or benches in the classrooms, so it was impossible to hide people. In other words, there is absolutely no possibility that anyone is on the first to fourth floors. But this policeman just stood there at the end of the corridor on the fourth floor, not speaking, not waving, and not coming over. Even a brave man like Chen Gu felt a chill on his back and tightly grasped the fire axe in his hand. "What should we do?" Chen Gu asked in a low voice. The little fat man swallowed hard. "You ask me? Who should I ask?" First of all, he was not sure whether the special police officer standing in the distance was a human being. Since entering this school, there have been so many strange things. Who's going to take a look? Chen Gu turned and looked at Su Wei. Su Wei was shaking at this time. He noticed that Chen Gu suddenly turned around and looked at him. He asked tremblingly, "Why are you looking at me like that? I will never go over there anyway. He's your colleague. If you don't go, who will? How about we vote?" Chen Gu said, "I vote for Officer Su." "Me too." The little fat man stared at Su Wei. "You are a people's policeman. It is your responsibility to protect the people's property safety. Now we all rely on you." Su Wei wanted to cry but had no tears. These two jerks were actually trying to trick me. "Don't worry. If there is any danger, we will definitely come to rescue you," Chen Gu said, patting his chest. Yeah. The little fat boy nodded vigorously. Su Wei asked while trembling, "Can't the three of us go together? What if it's a trap? If only one person falls into the trap, the two of us can still save him. But if three people fall into the trap at the same time, we won't be able to find anyone for help." Chen Gu said, "This sounds quite reasonable. Then, can you give me a longer thing?" Su Wei looked at the pepper spray and kitchen knife in his hand. It was not that the equipment was not strong enough, but the distance was not enough. "Okay, I'll change it for you." The little fat man threw the homemade spear in his hand over. Su Wei took the homemade spear and kept encouraging himself. "Don't be afraid. You have been educated in materialism. You should overthrow all monsters and demons. There are no ghosts in this world. Your colleagues must be joking with you. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." Su Wei kept muttering and moved carefully, step by step, step by step, step by step, to the end of the corridor on the fourth floor. Normally, if the special police officer was a normal person, he would have come up and said hecko when he saw someone coming. But the special police officer at the end of the corridor didn't say a word and just stood there. This only intensified the fear in the hearts of the three people. Chen Gu lowered his voice. "Xiaopeng, what do you think of the situation here?" Although this little fat boy looks timid, he has a very critical perspective on things. It was he who first suggested at the school gate that everyone should not go in. The little fat man pondered for a moment and suddenly said something very strange. "Do you know what a parallel universe is?" "What the heck?" "To put it simply, I only have a high school diploma. I haven't even graduated from high school yet," Chen Gu said. "Then you must have read the book. Two parallel universes are like two pieces of paper. My point of view is, this teaching building overlaps with the teaching building in the parallel universe. So we will see a lot of strange phenomena. Maybe that special police officer is not from our universe at all," said the fat man. Chen Gu nodded, not quite understanding. The fat guy explained it more succinctly. "If you tear off 2 pages of a book, overlap them and hold them up to a light source, the words on the 2 pages will overlap. The same is true for this space." "So we are trapped?" Chen Gu asked. "You can understand it that way. Of course, this is just my own guess. Whether these strange phenomena are caused by parallel universes, I don't know. After all, these only exist in science fiction novels," said the little fat man. At this time, Su Wei was already very close to the special police officer. Su Wei held the homemade spear tightly in both hands and was still shaking. "Hey, brother, are you still alive?" Squeak. Su Wei slowly handed over the spear and gently poked the special police officer's body. As a result, the special police officer suddenly turned around and stared at Su Wei. Su Wei screamed in fear and threw away the spear in his hand. He ran back tumbling, but he stopped after running 2 or 3 steps. Is this guy still alive? However, when he turned around and took a closer look, his scalp suddenly went numb. Darn it! Darn it! Darn it! Su Wei screamed in horror. It's gone. How could someone just disappear all of a sudden? The special police who had been standing at the end of the corridor disappeared the moment he turned around. The homemade spear still lay on the ground. Su Wei's legs became weak with fear, and he wanted to run, but he couldn't run fast. Chengge and the little fat man were talking about the topic of parallel universes when they suddenly heard Su Wei's screams. Both of them were startled and hurriedly looked in the direction of Su Wei. Su Wei crawled over here with his hands and feet and pounced on Chengge. What the heck? What the heck? He's gone. He's gone in an instant. Su Wei was so frightened that he was incoherent. Chengge and the little fat man also saw that the feature at the end of the corridor had disappeared. The two's vigilance and fear reached their limit in an instant. People who are afraid of spiders will scream loudly when they see a spider. But the fear reaches its peak when the spider suddenly disappears. Calm down. Calm the duck down. Chengge swung his arm and slapped Su Wei in the face. When Su Wei was attacked by the bat monster before, he was frightened to the point of almost collapsing. Actually, we can't blame him. Policemen are also human beings. It is normal for them to feel afraid. Moreover, the current situation is beyond common sense. Su Wei was slapped, and his whole body was still shaking uncontrollably. What should we do? Asked the little fat man. Let's go and take a look. I'm a worthless man, and I'm not afraid of anything. Chengge spat into his palm to give himself courage. That being said, it is human nature to be afraid of the unknown. Chengge also felt a chill on his back and carefully walked towards the end of the corridor step by step. Objects and people disappear at any time and anywhere and appear at will. How come this is a bit like quantum mechanics? The little fat man took a deep breath, holding a kitchen knife in one hand and dragging Su Wei with the other, following Chengge. People would feel scared when they saw the corpses of their own kind. But now, Chengge watched with his own eyes as these people melted little by little and turned into lumps of squirming meat. Even someone like him who prided himself on killing people without blinking an eye felt creepy, let alone the fat guy and Su Wei. The most important thing is that they have no idea what happened. Why did these people suddenly appear? And why did they turn into piles of meat? Don't just stand there. Run. The fat man's roar woke Chengge and Su Wei up. The three of them hurriedly ran to the corridor on the left and went directly into the nearest classroom. They held the door tightly to prevent those things from coming in. Then the three of them retreated to the wall, staring at the glass on the door nervously. What on earth is this? Su Wei was much calmer at this time. After all, he was probably numb after being frightened so much in a short period of time. Chengge said in a deep voice, "If I guess correctly, those pieces of meat should be the mastermind behind everything. And these things that don't seem to have brains seem to be intelligent. Have you ever seen a cat catching a mouse? We are the poor little mouse now. It won't stop until it plays us to the point of mental collapse." The little fat boy also said, "In this situation, I am afraid we can't get out of here unscathed. So, if we encounter a critical moment where we can't speak, we can use sign language to express the current situation." Su Wei asked in surprise, "You know sign language? Can't you make it up?" "Don't interrupt me. Listen carefully. Thumbs up means safety. Fists mean danger and preparation for battle. If it's a scissor hand, don't ask anything. Just run. Can you remember it?" The fat man asked. "Yes. It's so simple. Can't you remember it?" Chengge said, "Thumbs up means safety. Fists mean entering combat, and scissor hands mean running. Remember it." Su Wei also muttered twice beside him and suddenly asked, "Is there any point in doing these things now?" Before the little fat boy could say anything, the glass on the classroom door was suddenly shattered by an external force. The three of them were startled and raised their weapons at the same time, their hearts almost jumping out of their chests. Bang! A ball of white stuff was thrown in. Chengge could see clearly that it was a ball of white meat, just like the fatty pork in the market. And this piece of meat is still wriggling. It's alive. But what happened next completely broke down their psychological defenses. The lump of flesh began to swell and gradually turned into a human shape, with eyebrows, nose, eyes, and mouth, about the size of a 10-year-old child. Not only that, clothes appeared on this lump of meat. A moment later, A 10-year-old elementary school student in school uniform stood in front of them. Who would have thought that the true form of this elementary school student was actually a mass of indescribable meat? The three of them all remembered the special police officer who appeared at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor. At that time, the special police officer suddenly disappeared, and the three of them thought it was haunted. But now think about it, the special police officer must have also turned into these pieces of meat. For 2 or 3 seconds, everyone's attention was diverted from him. At that moment, the special police turned into a piece of meat and ran away. This monster can turn into whatever it swallows. Not only humans, but those tables, chairs, and benches should have been eaten by the monster. The little fat man said to himself, "Darn it, let's kill him first." At this moment, his palms were full of cold sweat due to nervousness. But if he wanted to survive, he had to kill the monster in front of him. The fat boy rushed over and pierced the elementary school student's chest with his homemade spear. Although the elementary school students are wearing clothes, this is more like a chameleon's personification. In fact, both the school uniform and the students in front of me are part of the personification. The fat man wanted to pull back the spear in his hand, but what happened next completely overturned his existing scientific views. The chest of the elementary school student was pierced, and white flesh flowed out. After the flesh fell onto the spear, it actually turned the kitchen knife at the front end of the homemade spear into a piece of flesh exactly the same as itself. The three of them watched helplessly as a metal kitchen knife turned into a piece of meat, and inorganic matter turned into organic matter. Duck you. This is unscientific. This is ducking unscientific. How can metal turn into meat? When the little fat man saw this unscientific scene, his worldview of more than 20 years began to be impacted. This was also the first time he was really panicked. The parasitic tumors and bat monsters we encountered before at least obeyed the physical laws of the earth, but the indescribable piece of meat in front of us has completely surpassed human common sense. The elementary school student silently stretched out his hand, and the kitchen knife that had just been turned into a piece of meat turned back into a metal kitchen knife. It can still turn back? What kind of magic is this? The little fat boy yelled crazily. At first he was still confused. No matter how powerful this monster was, it was impossible for it to kill hundreds of people in one night. But now the fat man knows that he is wrong. The thing in front of him cannot be explained by common sense at all. There are at least a few hundred pieces of meat like this outside the door. Wait, that means we must not touch these pieces of meat. Otherwise, our bodies will also be transformed into parts of this monster. The little fat man decisively made a scissors gesture. If you can't beat him, run. But there were already densely packed people standing outside the door, and each of them was a part of that unknown monster. Just when the fat boy was completely desperate and ready to die, a ball of fire rose from the side. The little fat man looked back and saw Chingu taking off his clothes and lighting them, and walking quickly towards the door. Let's fight. If these things are not afraid of fire, I admit it, Chunga shouted. Come on. He held the burning clothes in his right hand and the lighter in his left hand. This lighter was taken from the barber. He didn't expect that an unintentional action would save his life at the most critical moment. Sure enough, these pieces of meat felt the high temperature and all retreated at once. As expected, all living things are afraid of fire, even if you are a monster that cannot be judged by common sense. Get out. Get the heck out of here. Quick. Get out of the door. Chingu yelled. Su Wei and the little fat man followed closely behind. Fortunately, they were not far from the gate and arrived there in just a few steps. At this time, the door was blocked by white pieces of flesh. Chingu threw the burning clothes over there. When these pieces of flesh encountered the high temperature, they shivered from the burns and actually made way for them. Seeing that the hope of escape was right in front of them, hope rose in the hearts of the three people. Suddenly, the pieces of flesh began to split and turned into tentacles. The ends of the tentacles were embedded in the walls. There were hundreds of them densely packed on the ground, ceiling, and walls. A single piece of clothing could not burn them out. Brothers, do you have any tricks? Don't hide them. Use them now. Chungu shouted. This corridor was not long, and one could see the end at a glance. Chun-gu held the fire axe tightly and slowly poked his head towards the classrooms on both sides to make sure that they were empty. Not to mention people, there was not even a rabbit. He picked up the spear from the ground and walked back quickly. The little fat man gave him a questioning look. Chun-gu shook his head slightly, indicating that he found nothing. What they are experiencing now is even more bizarre than a haunting. Although it was dangerous in the hair salon before, at least what happened was within the scope of understanding. Although the bat monster can bite off a person's neck with one bite, it can also be injured by bullets and made to scream by fists. But this situation cannot be solved by bullets alone. "Shall we continue going upstairs?" asked the little fat man. Chun-gu came to the staircase on the 4th floor with a fire axe in hand and shouted, "Is there anyone upstairs? If not, we'll leave. I'll count to 3. Apart from Chen-ji's own echo, there was no other sound on the 5th and 6th floors. It was completely silent. They could also be sure that the teachers, students, and police here must have encountered something incomprehensible. Anyway, let's get out of this darn place as soon as possible. Let's go. Let's go out from the main door. No matter what the tables and chairs are, anything that dares to get in our way will just be smashed to pieces." Chun-gu shouted. "They have to find a channel to vent. If they don't vent, they will be driven crazy by this place." This was exactly what Su-wei was waiting for. When he heard that he could leave, even his fear was reduced by 3 points. The 3 people immediately came to the lobby on the 1st floor, and sure enough, the tables, chairs, and benches were still piled at the door. At first, they thought it would take too much energy to move the tables, chairs, and benches, but now it seems that this is the only way left. The 3 of them were determined to leave this darn place, so they took down the broken tables, chairs, and benches and threw them to the back. There seemed to be a lot of them, but the 3 of them worked together and quickly moved most of them away. Now they can see the glass door through which they came in. In 10 minutes at most, they will be able to leave. As for after you leave, let alone if this place is haunted, I won't care even if you want to dance on the King of Heck's grave." Chun-gu was throwing the tables and chairs back one by one when he noticed that the fat man and Su-wei had stopped. He thought that the 2 men were exhausted and wanted to rest for a while. "I tell you two to stop being lazy. Hurry up. The sooner you get out of here, the less worries you'll have," Chun-gu said without even turning his head. The little fat man lowered his voice to the lowest possible level. "Brother Chun, look back." Turn back quickly when he said this. He was obviously suppressing tears in his throat, as if he had encountered something extremely incomprehensible and terrifying. Chun-gu suddenly stopped what he was doing. The fat man was a very calm person. When they were trapped in the hair salon, 2 well-trained policemen were about to lose their minds, but he was able to maintain calm judgment. But now, even this extremely calm person can hardly hold back. Chun-gu slowly leaned over, picked up the fire axe on the ground, and then turned around suddenly. Before turning around, he thought of many scenes in his mind. Could it be a group of bloody monsters rushing over? Or the zombies in the movies? Or maybe a bunch of bat monsters? But the scene before him completely exceeded his understanding. Directly behind them, there were already people standing there without them noticing. That's right, they're all people. There are special police officers in uniform, students in school uniforms, and teachers who dress more casually. They had searched for them before but couldn't find them, but now these people appeared in front of them out of nowhere. Moreover, each of them maintained the same state as the special police officer on the 4th floor before. They did not speak, did not say hecko, had no expression on their faces, and no spirit in their eyes. They just stared at them straight. A rough estimate is that there are at least more than 100 people. The most important thing is, when did these people come around? With so many people in such a quiet environment, even if they walked lightly, they would make a lot of footsteps, but the 3 of them, who had good hearing, didn't notice it at all. Little fatty, what did you call that universe? Parallel universe. Can you speak their language? Hurry up and say hecko to them. Even though Chun-gu was skilled and brave, he felt a chill in his heart at this moment. The little fat man held the spear and said fiercely, "I don't think they are from a parallel universe." As he said this, he suddenly rushed out, raised his spear and stabbed a child in the chest. Su-wei yelled, "What are you doing?" But the next scene completely shattered his 3 views. The spear pierced the child's body directly, but there was no blood. What flowed out was a mass of white flesh. "Run!" the little fat man suddenly yelled. "Didn't you notice something is missing?" Chun-Ji's pupils suddenly contracted. Where did the tables, chairs, and benches that they had thrown to the back go? In order to leave more easily, they threw the tables, chairs, and benches that were blocking the door behind them. But now all those tables, chairs, and benches were gone. "Those aren't ducking tables and chairs," the fat boy yelled. "We've been fooled from the beginning. This isn't a parallel world, nor is it quantum mechanics. We've been fooled completely." The fat boy pulled out his spear and pierced the kid's neck with the second strike. Through the touch of the spear, it was discovered that there were no bones in these people's bodies, only white flesh. "It's like the fatty pork in the market, but the meat is alive." Chungu looked at the tables, chairs, and benches piled in front of him, and suddenly realized something. He swung the fire axe in his hand and chopped it hard on a chair. "Poochie, that's not the feeling of cutting into wood. It felt like cutting into a piece of boneless meat." The chopped-off piece of the stool leg suddenly began to twist and twitch, quickly fading, and finally turned into a white tentacle. No wonder these tables, chairs, and benches appeared here silently. This is not a table or chair at all. It is the body of a monster. Not only these tables and chairs, but also the people behind them. They are also part of the body of that horrible monster. Suddenly, the people behind me suddenly grinned and started laughing. That stiff and weird smile was not an expression that a human could make. It was like a stiff corpse after death, and you were forcing a smile on it. But then, these teachers, students, policemen, and the tables, chairs, and benches behind them began to melt silently, melting into lumps of white, turbid flesh that continued to twist and wriggle. The only exit has now become a demon's giant mouth. Flesh tentacles are embedded in the walls and the ground, some as thick as wrists and some as thin as cow hair. But these tentacles have one characteristic, which is that they are extremely deadly. Once touched, human skin, bones, and muscles will be transformed into these disgusting-looking pieces of meat. There are hundreds of such tentacles, evenly distributed in every inch of space, and they cannot be burned out by just a piece of clothing. Chungu was helpless. This was simply not something that could be solved with fists. Darn, it would be nice to have a flamethrower. Chungu cursed. Of course, he also knew that in real life, it was impossible for a flamethrower like the one in the movies to spray more than 10 meters away to appear. However, the only exit had been blocked. If they didn't find a way to solve it, death would be waiting for them. Su Wei's face turned pale, and he smiled sadly. "I never dreamed that I would die so miserably. If I had known, I would have left one bullet to end my life." Suddenly, the fat boy saw something hanging on the wall. He walked over quickly and found that what was hanging on the wall was actually the floor plan of the school. The map is very detailed, with classrooms on each floor, teachers' offices, canteens, fire escapes. Wait, fire escape? Logically speaking, in order to avoid crowding in the event of a fire, a teaching building must have more than one exit. "There is a way out, follow me," the fat man shouted to the two people behind him, and then immediately ran to the right side of the corridor. Chungu immediately followed, and Su Wei shouted, "Where are you two going? Wait for me." Although Chungu didn't know what the little fat man had discovered, judging from his performance along the way, he was definitely a trustworthy person. "I discovered that this building has more than one exit. The school cafeteria is right behind the teaching building. There is a small door for cafeteria staff to enter and exit, and there is also a fire escape next to it. As long as one of these three roads is connected, we can leave this darn place," the little fat man said excitedly. Upon hearing that there was a way to survive, Su Wei immediately perked up and his steps became much lighter. Surprisingly, the white mass of flesh did not catch up with him. The teaching building did not cover a large area, so they arrived at the school cafeteria in less than 2 minutes. However, when they saw the back door of the cafeteria, their hearts sank. The walls of the cafeteria were full of bullet holes, and it was obvious that a very fierce battle had taken place here. Not only that, the back door had been blown down, and it was impossible to move these thousands of pounds of concrete using manpower. Darn, I should have thought of it earlier. If we could leave through the back door, everyone in the school would have run away long ago. The little fat boy said self-blamingly. Chun-gu carefully checked the situation in the cafeteria. All kinds of ingredients were in a mess and thrown all over the place. There was also leftover food from yesterday in the pot. Su-wei's heart was originally full of hope, but hope turned into despair again. He collapsed to the ground powerlessly, not knowing what to do. Now the only thing left was the fire escape, but judging by the situation in the cafeteria, the fire escape must have been blocked. This time I really have no other choice. Chun-gu stood up and checked the gas tank. If there was still liquefied gas in it, maybe he could make a simple bomb, but unfortunately, the liquefied gas tank was empty. It's over. This time it's really over. There is no way out, no hope, and no one even knows they are trapped here. All that awaits them is death. Even the always steady little fat boy was speechless at this moment, and the air was filled with deep despair. Chun-gu, the little fat man, and Su-wei looked at each other. No one could say anything, they just stared at each other. The cafeteria became dead silent. All they had to do was wait for the monster to find them and devour them one by one. The fat boy opened his backpack, took out a compressed biscuit, and chewed it twice. Anyway, I won't be able to eat it even if I want to in a while, alas. Just when the three of them were all feeling depressed, suddenly, a squeak sound came from behind Chun-gu. The three of them were now extremely nervous. They jumped up from the ground instantly and looked at the place where the sound came from. The sound was actually coming from a refrigerator, but due to the monster invasion, the refrigerator had run out of power. Chun-gu had the best eyesight, and he saw that the refrigerator door was actually opened a crack. Was that thing open just now? Chun-gu asked. I didn't notice. The little fat man took a kitchen knife and walked over cautiously. What if there was that kind of meat hidden in the refrigerator? Now they had no idea how to completely destroy this kind of meat. Although it seemed that these pieces of meat were afraid of fire, it was still unknown whether high temperature could kill it. After all, that kind of meat can switch back and forth between organic and inorganic matter, which is extremely outrageous. Anyway, with their cultural level, they can't understand this kind of switch. Chun-gu walked over with a fire axe in hand, then suddenly opened the refrigerator door. Just as he was about to swing the axe to chop, he was surprised to find a child in the refrigerator. Chun-gu was stunned. Was this child a piece of meat or a survivor? After a little hesitation, Chun-gu immediately gave his own judgment. This should be a person. The reason is very simple. Although the pieces of meat can be transformed into the appearance of a person, they cannot replicate the human eyes. The human eyes are very complicated. The eyes of the humans transformed from pieces of meat were all very dull and lifeless, but the eyes of the little boy in front of him were full of fear, and it was obvious from the rich emotions that he was not a monster. But Brother Chun still didn't reach out to carry him out, and remained vigilant. What if those pieces of meat evolved? The world now can no longer be explained by common sense. Everything is possible. Little brother, come out. We are not bad people, Chun-gu said in a low voice. The little boy had a school badge on his chest with his portrait and name on it. The child's name is Chun-Lele. Chun-Lele was obviously frightened and stared at the three men in front of him vigilantly. It was obvious that he had also seen those people transformed from pieces of meat. We are human, not monsters. Those monsters can't talk, right? You two make a sound, Chun-gu said to the fat man and Su-wei behind him. Squeak X to you. We are human beings, come out, Chun-gu said as he picked up a rag next to him and rolled it around his fist. After confirming that the three people in front of him were human beings, the little boy slowly let down his guard and walked out of the refrigerator. As a result, as soon as he came out, Chun-gu punched Chun-Lele in the nose. Puff. The child was beaten so hard that his eyes rolled back and blood spurted out of his nose like two fountains. There's blood. This time we can be sure that he is a human, Chun-gu said without any guilt. How powerful is Chun-ji's fist? Su-wei has the most say. Just yesterday, he saw Chun-gu punch the bat monster's head and make a dent. Medical alcohol is a flammable substance. Once it touches the spark, it will burn the entire basement with a whoosh. The three people were forced to retreat continuously due to the fire. Su-wei held Chun-Lele in his arms, with hope of life flashing in his eyes. As long as this monster dies, I can leave this darn place. However, the piece of meat woke up instantly after being burned, and its huge and fat body twisted wildly. Countless tentacles stretched out from the meat and began to roll around, swallowing up whatever it rolled up. The fire, tentacles, and the dark space made it look like heck. Chungu found something unusual. Although the lump of flesh had so many tentacles attacking randomly, it was like a blind man, unable to touch the three of them. This also confirmed what the fat man said just now. The monster relied on temperature to locate itself. Now that it was already burning, it was like a blind man, unable to see the four living people standing in front of it. Su Wei laughed heartily. You deserve it. Only the little fat boy looked serious. Why do I feel something is wrong? Should we go? Su Wei wanted to watch it a little longer, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore. Because the texture of the piece of meat began to change, the original shape of the meat was like pig fat, containing a lot of fat and easily ignited. But as it burned, the white fat began to take on a metallic luster. Have you forgotten that this stuff can be transformed into inorganic matter? Fire can only kill organic animals, not inorganic stones. Darn it, forget this, run, the little fat man said and ran away. Chun-Gu ran towards the door as if he was fleeing from famine, with flour on his left shoulder and several bottles of alcohol hanging on his right. The cafeteria was less than 2 minutes away from the main entrance, so if a dust explosion was created, there would be a good chance of escaping while the pieces of meat were in chaos. At this time, the core of the huge piece of meat in the basement had completely stopped moving and turned into a lump of iron. The ignition point of alcohol was not enough to melt metal, and the alcohol sprinkled on the surface of the meat quickly burned out. The lump of iron slowly turned back into a piece of meat. This time, it was really irritated. The meat block looked stupid and had no IQ, but it was actually very smart. When it first came to school, it was only the size of a fist. If the meat block was discovered by others at that time and burned or frozen with fire, there would still be a chance to completely destroy it. But it had been hiding in the dark and constantly devouring the humans passing by. By the time it was discovered, it was too late to destroy it. When Chungu and the other two came to the school, this piece of meat was in a cat and mouse mentality. But he didn't expect that his real body would be found by these three people and almost burned to death. The lump of meat began to expand rapidly and instantly broke through the basement, like a white tsunami, sweeping towards the four people in front of it. FCK, 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 FCK. Is this thing angry? I'll throw you into the fire and see if you're angry. Which jerk suggested burning it just now? Chungu cursed. It was only a 2-minute walk from the cafeteria to the main gate of the teaching building, but for them, this 2-minute journey was more exciting than the coming of death. The pieces of flesh behind them were multiplying at an extremely fast rate, and in the blink of an eye they almost filled the entire corridor. Not only that, but terrifying and hideous faces appeared in the pieces of meat, which were the people it had swallowed. The fat guy and Chungu were the fastest runners. Su Wei was still carrying Chinlele on his back. Seeing the piece of meat behind him getting closer and closer, he became more and more nervous. Suddenly, his foot slipped and he fell to the ground with a plop. At that moment, Su Wei's mind went blank. Cops. Chungu had already run 5 or 6 meters away. When he saw Su Wei fall to the ground, he turned back to grab his hand, but it was too late. Su Wei had just stood up when the tide of white flesh appeared like a bloody mouth, trying to swallow him and Chinlele together. Without any hesitation, it was completely out of instinct. Su Wei grabbed Chinlele from the ground, and with a shooting posture, threw Chinlele out of the bloody mouth of white flesh like a basketball. The little fat boy reached out his hand and caught the child who fell from mid-air. "Give me your hand," Chungu shouted, but it was too late. Su Wei's legs were tightly wrapped by white flesh. Chungu pounced on him and grabbed Su Wei's hand, trying to pull him out of the white mass of flesh. Su Wei's legs had been assimilated and corroded by the white flesh, and his bones and flesh had turned into that turbid flesh. Crack! Su Wei's body was pulled into 2 pieces. Chun Ji's strength suddenly loosened, and he took several steps back, hugging half of Su Wei's body, at a loss. At this time, Sue was already on his last legs. I am still a good policeman, Sue murmured softly. Don't say it. I'll take you out. Chingu felt a pain in his heart. Policeman Sue is indeed a timid person, but he has no other shortcomings except being timid. I didn't expect to die here along the way. Sue shook his head with difficulty. I can't go on. I won't go on. I'll stop it. You guys. Run. Sue used the last of his strength to open a can of medical alcohol and poured it on himself. Chingu knew what he was going to do, and this was the only way for them to survive now. Hurry. There's no time. You're a ducking murderer. Stop dawdling. One more of me is enough. Hurry. Sue roared angrily. Chingu took out a lighter and lit Sue on fire with his eyes closed. In an instant, Sue turned into a huge fireball, directly blocking the oncoming white flesh tide. Chingu didn't dare to look back. He grabbed Chinlele with one hand and the flower with the other, and ran towards the door for his life. After a while, they finally arrived at that darn gate. The tentacles were still wriggling, as if they were looking for a target. Fatty! Chingu yelled, and the little fat man opened the flour bag and began to sprinkle flour into the air. Fire cannot kill the monster, but it can make these pieces of meat lose their ability to judge for a short period of time. The three people must take this opportunity to run away. You only have one chance. Soon, the whole hall was covered with dust. It doesn't matter whether the three of them will be killed in the explosion. It's better than being swallowed by these monsters. Chingu tore off a piece of cloth from his shirt, lit it, and threw it toward the door. Then, the three of them ran to the second floor for their lives. There was a loud bang and a huge fireball appeared in the hall of the teaching building. He was really afraid that Chingu would punch the kid to death, but he didn't say anything and just watched from a distance. In these doomsdays, there should be no extra sympathy. Captain Yang is a good man, but because of his own kindness, he ended up killing himself. Sue wanted to live a few more days. Chinlele was beaten so hard that blood was gushing out of his nose and mouth. He covered his nose in pain and tried hard to crawl into the refrigerator. Chingu reached out and grabbed his back, lifting Chinlele up. I've already told you we're not bad people. Why are you running? Chingu carried Chinlele like he was carrying a cat. I guess this kid regrets coming out of the refrigerator. We are sure this is a person. What should we do? Should we take him with us or leave him behind? Chingu asked. Under normal circumstances, as a policeman, Sue would never leave a child in such a dangerous place. But in the current situation, they can barely protect themselves, let alone carrying a burden with them. But he couldn't just say to abandon the child. So in the end, he could only look at the fat boy. Do and stop me. I don't know what to do. The little fat man spread his hands. All three of them were caught in a dilemma. I think we should find a way to leave this darn place. Chingu said, if we can't find a way to leave, we'll die anyway. Sue hesitated again and again, but finally gave in. Lalu, right? Come here and follow Uncle. I'm a policeman and I can definitely take you out. Sue sighed. He knew that what he said was just polite talk. If he really encountered danger, he would never risk his life for others. Tell Uncle, how did you survive? Sue asked. Chinlele covered her nose and answered. The teacher asked me to hide in the refrigerator and told me not to come out no matter what noise I heard. The fat man fell into deep thought after hearing this. According to Sue's previous description, there were at least hundreds of fully armed special police and 500 to 600 teachers and students in this place. If there is anyone who has the greatest chance of surviving, it would of course be the well-trained and well-equipped special police. But the reality is that the one who survived was actually a child. This is unreasonable. Is there something special about this refrigerator? The little fat man walked carefully to the side of the refrigerator, and after some observation he finally determined that this was a very ordinary refrigerator and there was nothing special about it. Could it be related to the temperature of the refrigerator? Temperature. The little fat man suddenly stood up and suddenly realized. I said something was wrong. It turned out to be the temperature. The little fat man shouted, Aren't you surprised? That piece of meat obviously has no eyes or ears. How can it accurately locate our position? I've already told you, don't play dumb with me. I only have a high school education. Chingu said. It's the temperature. It locates through temperature. It doesn't have an organ similar to human eyes and can't see, so it locates through our body temperature. The reason why this child was able to survive is not because he is so powerful, but because he hid in the refrigerator and the piece of meat couldn't see him at all. The little fat man said excitedly. Although the refrigerator has lost power, it can still maintain a relatively low temperature for 12 hours. This is why Lele survived. Then what? How should we get out? Chingu asked. The little fat man was speechless. That's right. How can I get out? There is no way to get out. Even if they knew the principle, what would it matter? Now the refrigerator has no power, and they have no way to create a low-temperature environment. Actually, it doesn't necessarily have to be low temperature. High temperature should also work. It has been afraid of fire before. There should be a lot of flammable items in the kitchen. Let's look for it together. The little fat man took the lead. Sue also began to search. Look what I found. A box of disinfectant alcohol. Sue shouted in surprise. This is 75-degree medical alcohol, which is generally used for disinfection in canteens. This thing is definitely flammable and explosive, but apart from alcohol, they didn't find anything else useful. Finally, Chingu came over with a bag of flour. You don't want to make dumplings, do you? This year it's not New Year's Eve. By the way, I saw on the internet that there will be no holiday on New Year's Eve this year. Is it true? Sue complained. Still on holiday? In the current situation, we're lucky to be alive. You still want to make dumplings? I want to tell you how you are as a policeman. Do you know what a dust explosion is? I plan to use this thing to blow up those pieces of meat at the door. It's just a gesture in the end anyway, so I might as well give it a try. Die in a blaze of glory and fight to my heart's content. Chingu said fearlessly. If the world had not suddenly ended, I would have been executed by now. It can be said that every minute and every second now is earned. When they heard the words dust explosion, except for Chen Lele, who was too young to understand, the other two people's eyes lit up. How come they didn't think of this? One bag of flour may not be enough. I'll look for it again. Sue suddenly became energetic. Generally speaking, the canteen has a special storage room for storing various foods and fruits. There should also be a lot of flour in it. Darn it, you dare to scare me. This time I'm going to barbecue you. Sue quickly found the entrance to a basement, where there should be a lot of food stored. However, the door leading to the basement was locked. Sue took the fire axe and smashed the door open. But the moment he opened the basement door, he was stunned. Aoiwa. Chingu and the little fat boy heard the scream and rushed over. Then they saw a scene they would never forget. The entire basement was filled with that turbid white meat. That lump of meat was like a small hill, still wriggling regularly. Unlike the tentacles outside, one could see faint blue-black blood vessels on this lump of meat. Could this be the true form of those monsters? The little fat man lowered his voice, fearing to wake up these pieces of meat. All four of them retreated cautiously. If my guess is correct, this pile of meat is the origin of everything. What should we do? Chingu asked with his eyes. The little fat man whispered, This thing has caused us so much trouble. Just burn it. Okay, burn it. There is almost nothing in nature that is not afraid of fire. The four of them worked together to sprinkle the medical alcohol they had just found on the huge piece of meat. Fortunately, this piece of meat has been in a dormant state and has no intention of waking up. Chingu tore a piece of cloth from his clothes, lit it on fire, and threw it into the basement. There is a lot of grease and fat, which can easily burn. At this moment, a violent dust explosion occurred in the hall of the teaching building. A huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters swept all the tentacles at the door into it. These tentacles were burned with crackling sounds and twisted and squirmed wildly. Now, hurry! Chingu yelled and walked out quickly with Chin Lele on his back. Take a breath first. This space will definitely be short of oxygen after the dust explosion. Be careful not to faint in there. The little fat man shouted. Chingu thought that his lung capacity was still sufficient, so he took a deep breath on the second floor and ran towards the door on the first floor. If you run at full speed, it won't even take 10 seconds. But these short 10 seconds are like the scythe of death hanging around people's necks. The scorching air waves burned people's cheeks and made them hurt. Chun Lele buried his face in Chen Ji's back. At this time, he no longer cared whether he would get hurt or not. Even if he was burned to death by fire, it was better than being eaten by this monster. The temperature in the hall of the teaching building soared sharply after the explosion. These pieces of meat had no eyes or ears and could only sense their targets by temperature. In such a high-temperature environment, their ability was completely ineffective. These tentacles waved around randomly. Chen Gu dodged these tentacles while quickly running to the gate. But dust explosions come and go quickly. A cool breeze blew in from the front door, instantly lowering the temperature in the hall. The tentacles instantly regained some of their vision and rolled towards Chen Gu. Chen Gu gritted his teeth, jumped up, and rushed out of the door. I'm finally leaving this darn place. Chen Gu was ecstatic as he carried Chun Lele on his back. He had never been so happy in his life, not even when he was a child during the Chinese New Year. The dim sunlight on my face feels so comfortable. The wind is so clear. The clouds are so beautiful. It turns out that being alive is such a wonderful thing. Strangely enough, as soon as Chen Gu left the teaching building, the tentacles behind him instantly stopped chasing him and shrank back unwillingly. Chen Gu turned around to see what was happening to the little fat boy. But with just one glance, the original joyful mood was instantly washed away. At this time, the high temperature caused by the dust explosion has passed. The tentacles regained their activity and blocked the door tightly again. But the fat man was still a step too slow after all. If I just run a few more steps forward, I can get out of this darn place. But there are no ifs in real life. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the little fat man's expression changed from confusion to bitterness, and finally to relief. He raised his hand and made a scissors gesture to Chen Gu. There were more and more tentacles at the gate of the teaching building, and finally these tentacles merged into a large piece of meat, completely blocking the gate of the teaching building. Chen Jimyu stood there in silence. At this moment, he didn't know whether he should be happy about his escape or sad about his friend's sacrifice. Although he and the fat boy had only known each other for less than 2 days, they had experienced several life and death situations together, and the relationship between them was deeper than those drinking buddies who had known each other for several years. But friends like this may never come back. Chen Gu stood there and suddenly laughed. What the heck am I afraid of? I was about to die. Captain Yang, Officer Su, Fatty, you are all good people. You shouldn't die. How come I am the only one who survived in the end? Chun Lele looked at Chen Gu with some fear. You jerk, go on your own. The farther the better. I can't take care of you in this world. Chen Gu looked around the school, and sure enough, he saw what he wanted. Uncle, where are you going? Chun Lele looked at the lifeless city with fear in his eyes. In this kind of doomsday, this child might not be able to walk 100 meters before dying. Go back and save people. Chen Gu walked out of the school without looking back. There were many police cars parked around the school because a bombing occurred in this elementary school yesterday. Many police officers came. Fortunately, the demolition team had already dismantled the explosives. But the cars didn't leave. In other words, the defused bombs should be in one of these police cars. Now Chen Gu completely believed what Lu Jun said. This was the end of the world. No matter which path he chose, it would eventually lead to despair. He finally understood that the man named Lu Jun would rather commit suicide than experience the end of the world again. And according to what the army itself said before, if he installed a bomb in this school, he could always blow the entire school up. I don't ducking believe that even bombs can't deal with you. Chen Gu decided to go back to save Fatty. Fatty might be dead by now, but it didn't matter. Now, he didn't think about leaving alive. The worst that could happen was death. What I'm least afraid of now is death. What the heck can you do to me? Chen Gu, holding the fire axe in his hand, smashed open the door of the nearest police car, looking for a bomb. The police car began to sound shrill sirens, but Chen Gu turned a deaf ear to them and smashed 4 cars in a row. Finally, he found the defused bomb in a police car. Chen Gu has a low level of education and has worked in various jobs before. For a period of time, he followed a master in a coal mine to learn how to use explosives. I never thought that this skill would be used in the doomsday. This looks like military explosives. Chen Gu frowned. He knew that the man named Lu Jun had an extraordinary background, but he didn't expect that he could even get military explosives. This type of explosive is extremely stable and can only be detonated with a detonator or special method. Otherwise, it will not explode even if burned with fire. Chen Ge found the detonator and fuse next to the explosives. He assembled the bombs one by one according to the primitive method of making explosive oil that he had learned in the mine, and tied them to himself. Finally, he found some clothes in the police car, changed into one that fit him better, tore the remaining clothes into strips, poured alcohol on them, and made some simple torches. With a fire axe in his right hand and a torch in his left hand, and a bomb tied to his body, if it wasn't the end of the world, Chen Ge would have been arrested as a thug. Chen Lele, who was standing next to him, thought the uncle was a terrorist after seeing this look. "Why are you still here? Go home quickly, maybe your parents are still alive." Chen Ge asked. Chen Lele whispered, "I don't know the way back home, so my dad always drives me back home." "Then you wait here. Do you see the sun in the sky? If I am not out when the sun reaches its highest point, you should run away quickly." Chen Lele stood there, wanting to cry but unable to. Chen Ge walked towards the teaching building without looking back. One man fighting desperately is more powerful than 10,000 men. These pieces of meat have a certain amount of intelligence, which can be seen from its previous behavior of playing cat and mouse. The two carefully observed the giant tentacle in front of them and finally discovered something. "Why do I feel that this thing looks like a tree?" Chen Ge asked. "Me too. This is basically a tree made of meat." The little fat man instinctively lowered his voice. Although they knew that these pieces of meat had no hearing or vision, they were still full of fear when facing such a terrifying thing. And from the overall point of view, this giant tentacle is more like the trunk of a big tree, and those tentacles and tumors are branches and fruits. The most important thing is that the giant tentacle seems to be rooted in the ground and cannot move freely. This is why the attack range of this thing is limited. I say, do we still want to continue to fight it to the death? The little fat man asked in a low voice. "What are you fighting for? Run quickly. Let the army deal with this kind of monster." Chen Ge grabbed Chen Lele and retreated quickly. Even bombs were used, but the monster did not suffer any damage. This is no longer something they can deal with. Since you can't win, why don't you run away? Chen Ge and the little fat man took Chen Lele back along the way they came. Soon they saw the supermarket they had been to before. The three of them went into the supermarket and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm so tired. I can't do it anymore. I can't run anymore." The little fat man sat down on the ground, took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and drank a few sips, and then took out some food to replenish his energy. It was so exciting to experience so many incredible things in just one morning. After a short break, Chen Ge looked outside to see if there was any danger. Finally, he confirmed that the giant tentacle would not move. Although they had walked a long way, they could still see the shape of the tentacle. "Why has the world become like this?" Chen Ge muttered to himself. In just one night, the world had become something he did not recognize. The little fat man looked at the black hole in the sky. "Do you think those monsters fell out of the black hole? Otherwise, there is no way to explain it. Now it's good. There is another burden." Chen Ge poked Chen Lele's head. "Where's your home?" "I'll take you home." Chen Lele was too young and couldn't explain clearly after talking for a long time. The little fat man took a breath and began to think about what to do next. "We can't stay in this city any longer. We should leave this city immediately. I hope the world outside is peaceful," the little fat man said. They had previously planned to go to the police station, but now it seems that the police cannot guarantee their safety. Leaving this city is the best option. "What about you? Do you plan to go home to find your parents, or come with us?" Chen Ge asked. Chen Lele had no other choice. If a child like him was left unprotected, he might not survive for more than a few minutes. "I'll follow you," Chen Lele said immediately. The fat man took out his cell phone and found that there was no signal at all. A cell phone without network was not very useful in this environment. "Are you familiar with this city? Do you know how to get out?" the fat man asked. Chen Ge was not very familiar with it. He was originally from another place and came here to work. After coming to this city, he spent most of his time in prison. Seeing Chen Ji's expression, the little fat man knew that there was no hope. He walked out carefully, looked left and right, and finally found his target. Bookstore. Cover me. We're going to the bookstore now. The little fat man said. You don't still believe that knowledge is power, do you? And bookstores don't necessarily have knowledge. Chingu asked. You're right, bookstores don't necessarily have knowledge, but bookstores definitely have maps. The little fat man smiled. Neither of them knew much about the city, and if they wanted to leave the city as quickly as possible, they had to have a map. Chun Ji's eyes lit up. You are really thoughtful. The bookstore not far away looked shabby, and the door was locked. The fat man tried several times to open it but failed. Chingu picked up the fire axe and chopped the door open with one blow. The bookstore was very dark inside. It was also built in a garage. It wasn't very big, but it had everything it needed. The first thing that caught my eye was a pile of student exercises. Do you want to do a set of papers to calm down? Chingu looked at Chinlele with ill intent. It's the end of the world, and you still have to do papers. I hope the world will end soon. Chinlele complained. Thank goodness those who work hard. The two of them quickly found the map of the city. The two people found their current location according to the marks on the map. The fat boy pointed to a street not far away and said, This is the main street. It leads directly to the outside of the city. If you walk, you can get out in 3 or 4 hours at most. Chingu carefully put the map away and suddenly asked a fatal question. What if the situation outside the city is even worse? The little fat boy was speechless. Judging from the black hole in the sky, this could not be a catastrophe of just one city. Perhaps the entire world has fallen, and they have no idea what is happening in the world now. Why are there so many strange creatures? Where have all the people in this city gone? Why hasn't the army arrived yet? The fat boy forced himself not to think about these problems. He knew that if they really came to a definite answer, they might lose hope of survival. Hope is a wonderful thing. It is like a kite string. Hope gives us power, but it is also the rope that binds us. However, if the string is lost one day, the kite will soon fall to the ground. Then, let's find a safer place. The little fat man stretched out his hand and tapped the map. We have weapons and food now, but no medicine. Look, there is a hospital on the road we must pass. Let's borrow some medicine when we pass by. Chingu also came over to look at the map. Their city was quite peculiar. A river divided the city into two. If one wanted to leave the city, one had to cross the river bridge, and then come to the hospital mentioned by the fat man, and finally leave this heckish city. Of course, they don't know whether the outside of this city is heck or heaven, so they can only take a gamble. The little fat man wanted to say something, but was suddenly covered by Chun-Ji's mouth. Listen, Chun-Gu lowered his voice. There are footsteps, and there is more than one person. The little fat man frowned slightly and grasped a kitchen knife. In this doomsday, monsters are naturally scary, but the threat posed by humans cannot be underestimated. The human heart is like a devil. No matter when, the biggest threat to people is always people. When the dust exploded, these pieces of meat suffered. This time, when they encountered the burning torches, they retreated far away. But they also knew that fire could not kill them, so they kept a very delicate distance from Chingu. And this time Chingu was not trying to leave, but to go in on his own initiative. These tentacles did not stop him, but deliberately made way for Chingu to come in. Chingu took a deep breath. He knew that the heck was ahead of him. Once he stepped in, he would never be able to escape. But he came here with the intention of dying. And since we already know that these pieces of meat have no hearing or vision, there is no need to do things in secret. Fatty, are you still alive? If you are, make a sound. Otherwise, I will blow up the school. This is what I dreamed of when I was a kid. Chingu completely disregarded life and death at this time. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. The building was empty and there was no sound at all. Chingu knew that the little fat boy was most likely dead. Forget it. It's so rare that I came back to save you. But you left first. Chow, you don't give me face. Chingu took a deep breath and found the load-bearing wall of the entire teaching building. There are tricks to blasting, just like when blasting many abandoned buildings. As long as a few points are blown up, the building will collapse in the blink of an eye. This teaching building is not very tall. It has only 6 floors. As long as the load-bearing structure is blown off, The building will soon collapse completely. By then, even if the monster cannot be killed by the explosion, he will be crushed to death. After arranging the explosives, detonators, and fuses, Chun-Gu held a torch in his hand. Humph. Goodbye, this ducked-up world. I won't come back in the next life. Chun-Gu sneered. It seemed like he had never encountered a single smooth sailing in his life. Every time his life took a slight turn for the better, he would be slapped hard in the face by reality, telling him not to daydream. There was only 1 minute left, and he didn't know if he could have a cigarette. Chun-Gu lit a cigarette with a torch, took a deep breath, and felt great. Then he lit the fuse without saying a word. Although my life was quite frustrating, my death was also blazing. At this moment, Chun-Gu felt something on his shoulder. It should be those pieces of meat, right? It doesn't matter. If you want this 100-pound skin, I'll give it to you. Didn't I tell you to run? Why did you come back? Chun-Gu was stunned. Did these pieces of meat evolve so quickly? They could speak now, and in the voice of a little fat boy. When I looked back, who else could it be who patted my shoulder if not the little fat boy? You. Chun-Gu punched the fat boy in the face. The fat boy screamed in pain from being beaten and blood gushed out of his nose. It's alive. It's a human being. You're not dead. No. There's no time. Chun-Gu suddenly realized that the fuse had been lit, and there was less than a minute left before the bomb exploded. There was no time to wonder why the little fat boy was still alive. Chun-Gu directly carried the little fat boy on his shoulders and ran out desperately. But the tentacles have already wrapped around. I have a torch on my back. Hurry, there's no time. Chun-Gu yelled, and he handed over the lighter. No, the torch is too small, and we can't get out. The little fat man was as calm as ever. There's no time left. Hurry up. Chun-Gu was anxious. Knowing that his friend was still alive, how could Chun-Gu want to die? Wouldn't it be better for him to be alive? The fat man took out a bottle of alcohol from Chan-Ji's waist, poured it on the ground, lit a torch, and threw it into the alcohol. Suddenly, flames shot up from the door. Chun-Gu also understood that high temperature would affect the judgment of these pieces of meat. This was their only chance. He carried the little fat man and did not dare to look back at the fuse, running all the way. The tentacles relied on heat sources to locate their prey, but the ground was covered in fire, so the tentacles saw everyone as prey, except for the little fat man and Chun-Gu. When the two men rushed out of the sea of fire, their clothes and pants were all on fire, but the biggest threat now was not the fire on their bodies, but the bomb that was about to explode. Chun-Lele was still waiting at the door. Chun-Gu grabbed Chun-Lele and ran away. I didn't know how far I ran, but I heard a deafening explosion behind me. Although the three had left the school campus, they were still blown down by the shock wave. The little fat man was stunned. Where did you get the bomb? Do you believe me if I tell you I picked it up? Chun-Gu felt that he had no strength left in his body. He lay on the ground panting, and finally got rid of this strange piece of meat. After the explosion, the teaching building collapsed. Even if the lump of meat was not killed by the explosion, it was pressed to the ground and couldn't get out. The problem was finally solved. Chun-Gu took a deep breath and laughed out loud. Who could understand this joy of finding a way out of a desperate situation? Then, the little fat man talked about his experience. After the two were forced to separate, the fat boy was not immediately swallowed by the piece of meat. Instead, he suddenly remembered that there was a fire escape next to the cafeteria and wanted to try his luck. As a result, the fire escape was also blocked, and there was no way out. Just then, he heard Chan-Ji's shout. The fat boy thought he had misheard, but when he came to the first-floor lobby and saw Chun-Gu, he realized that Chun-Gu had come back to save him. I'm determined to make you my friend, the little fat man said with emotion. The two men stood up and looked towards the school. You don't know until you see it. When you look, you will see that both of them are frozen in place, their faces pale. I'm not dreaming, am I? The little fat man said with difficulty. I don't think so. Chun-Gu slowly backed away, unable to hide his horror. The teaching building did collapse, and during the explosion, the pieces of flesh were blown to pieces and scattered all over the sky. But those broken pieces of flesh did not lose their vitality, but instead gathered together into a huge whole at an extremely fast rate. Not only that, The ruins of the teaching building were wriggling, as if there was some huge force pushing up from below. Boom! Under the horrified gazes of the little fat man and Chen Gu, the true form of the monster finally appeared. It was a huge white tentacle, hundreds of meters high and more than 10 meters in diameter, and it was made entirely of white flesh. There are many branches on the huge tentacle, extending into countless tentacles of different sizes and huge tumors. The piece of meat that had swallowed Su Wei before was actually just a tiny piece among many pieces of meat. The white tentacles reached the sky, reaching from heaven to earth, and the small tentacles and tumors kept shaking. This scene was so shocking to both of them. I finally understand why hundreds of fully armed policemen couldn't escape, the fat man said with difficulty. This is no longer a monster that humans can deal with. Invulnerable to swords and guns, unharmed by ice, and unkillable by fire, unless nuclear weapons are used. Wait, this thing doesn't seem to be able to walk. The little fat man suddenly discovered the blind spot. Chunga listened attentively. The other party's pace did not slow down. In other words, these people did not notice them. Moreover, in this era where common sense cannot explain things, how do you know that the person walking towards you is definitely a person? Yang Tingting's incident is still vivid in my mind. The footsteps were getting more and more urgent. Chingu hid behind the door of the bookstore with a fire axe in his hand. As long as the other party showed any hostility, he would chop them down with the axe to ensure that these people would be in trouble. At this time, the voices of several people outside came. "Sister, the door here is open. Let's go in and take a rest." "Yes. Wanru, you're not feeling well. Take a rest." There were two men speaking. The voice of the first man was very clear and slightly hoarse, probably in the stage of voice change in adolescence. Judging from this person was not very old. The latter person's voice was much deeper, and he should be a middle-aged man. From what they said, there should be a woman outside who was not able to move easily and seemed to be injured. The little fat man held the kitchen knife and covered Chin Leilei's mouth with his hand, saying, "Don't make any noise, kid." Soon, the door was blocked by a shadow, and a young man in school uniform walked in unguardedly. He looked like a high school student. Behind the high school student were a man and a woman. The man was about 30 years old, wearing glasses, and was very gentle. The woman was about 26 or 27 years old, with a pretty face and a big belly, as if she was pregnant. As the three of them entered the door, they saw the little fat man standing at the door, attracting their attention. Especially when they saw the little fat man holding a kitchen knife in his hand. The expressions of the three of them suddenly became very frightened. "I'm sorry, I didn't know there was someone here. Let's get out right away." The middle-aged man hurriedly protected the pregnant woman. Instead, the high school student glared at the fat boy with a fierce expression. But the fat man ignored the two men and stared at the pregnant woman, or more precisely, at the woman's belly. "Come here and take off your clothes." The fat man pointed the knife in his hand at the woman, and the woman was immediately frightened. "What are you doing? Don't go too far. We are in numbers, and we are not afraid of you," the middle-aged man shouted sternly. Although he looked fierce on the surface, the fat man noticed that his hands were shaking, and he didn't want to waste time talking to him. "Get started." Before the middle-aged man could react, Chingu, who had been hiding at the door, rushed out like a tiger and punched the middle-aged man in the stomach. It was obvious at first glance that this man was a clerk who lacked exercise. He was almost vomited after being punched by Chingu, and he bent over and kept dry heaving. The high school student was about to rush forward when he saw that something was wrong, but Chingu had already noticed him and punched the high school student in the face. The high school student was beaten and lay on the ground with blood all over his mouth and nose. The pregnant woman screamed, and the fat man walked over with a knife in his hand. What are you going to do?" Don't touch her. She is pregnant. I will give you whatever you want," the middle-aged man said in pain while lying on the ground. The fat man put the knife on the woman's neck. The woman was so scared that her face turned pale. The fat man reached out and lifted up her clothes. The woman thought the two gangsters were going to violate her, so she trembled all over and closed her eyes. But after a while she found that the two gangsters did not take the next step. He opened one eye and found that the fat girl gave Chingu a thumbs up. "It's safe. She's a normal pregnant woman. I was scared to death. Zhao Kuren always believed that Chingu knew the inside story of this matter, so he made up his mind to follow Chingu, and he would definitely find a safe place. Stop talking nonsense. We must leave this city before dark. The little fat man glanced at the sun in the sky. Although his mobile phone still had some power, the time was no longer accurate without the internet. Judging from the track of the sun, it should be around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's summer now, and it won't get dark until at least 7 in the evening, which means they still have 5 hours. Once it gets dark, God knows what kind of monsters and demons will appear in this strange city. In just 2 days, they have encountered 3 types of monsters. First, there was the bat monster that attacked the police car. Then there was the parasitic tumor that parasitized Yang Tingting, and finally there was the meat Tai Sui, named by the fat boy in the school. The strengths of these monsters are completely different. Although the bat monster looks the most ferocious, it has the lowest combat effectiveness. Parasitic sarcoma is the most hidden. Pregnant women are already vulnerable and are prone to let down their guard, but parasitic sarcoma can disguise itself as an unborn fetus. The most despairing thing is that the Ro Tai Sui they met in school is basically immortal. Although Ro Tai Sui may have weaknesses, Chingu and his team cannot experiment on them one by one, as they do not have so many lives. Now they can only hope to see gathered crowds and armed troops as soon as they leave the city. It would be best if tanks could be driven over to kill all these things in the city. Why aren't there even any shared bikes around here? Lu Fei complained in a low voice, and Lu Wanru whispered to comfort her brother. Even though Lu Fei is fearless, as long as his sister speaks, he will swallow all his resentment. Now a row of 6 people formed a line, with Chenggu at the head, followed by the fat boy and Chenlele. In the middle was Lu Fei pushing Lu Wanru, and Zhao Kuan was at the end. They walked like this for more than an hour, and everyone except Chenggu felt their legs were sore. Suddenly, Chenggu stopped. The people behind him thought that Chenggu wanted to stop and rest for a while, but Chenggu just stared stiffly at the front without moving. Before others could react, Chenggu suddenly raised his fist. The fat man immediately took out his newly made spear and came to Chenggu vigilantly. This was the secret signal they agreed upon. Waving the fist meant entering combat mode. The 3 people behind became nervous when they saw the 2 men acting as if they were facing a great enemy, not knowing what was happening in front. Zhao Kuan was curious and walked to the front to see what was happening. As a result, he saw a pure white rabbit in the center of the street, staring at them. This rabbit is just like a human, with its hind legs standing upright and its eyes red. When it sees people, it neither runs away nor comes over, but just stares at them. Chin-gu and the little fat man looked at each other. They had encountered too many strange things along the way. Let alone a rabbit, they would not dare to underestimate it even if it was an ant blocking the way. What's wrong? Lu Wanru asked in a low voice. Zhao Kuan asked in a puzzled tone. Is there a rabbit blocking the road? This situation was too strange. They had never encountered it before. Even Changgu felt creepy. The look in this rabbit's eyes doesn't look like that of a rabbit nor a human, but rather something unknown. Humans will definitely have a fear of unknown things, which is engraved in their DNA. How about we just go around it? Zhao Kuan asked in a low voice. He didn't know why these 2 people were so wary of a rabbit. Chin-gu said nothing, but looked around, and finally found half a brick on the side of the road. He gathered all his strength and swung the brick out. The brick whizzed past like a meteor hammer and hit the rabbit on the head. With a dull bang, the rabbit was knocked down and its brains came out. But the 2 did not relax their vigilance and observed for 3 minutes. Finally, Chin-gu walked over carefully and picked up the rabbit's body with a fire axe to make sure that it was dead. It must have been a false alarm. Whose pet rabbit is this? It's not afraid of people. Lu Wanru wanted to complain because the rabbit was so cute, but she swallowed the words back. Can this rabbit be used to make soup? Zhao Kuan suddenly had an idea. Wanru, I'll stew this rabbit for you later. Chin-gu and the little fat man looked at each other. Could it be that they were really too nervous? After confirming that it was just an ordinary rabbit, the group set off again. At this speed, it will take another hour to reach the Cross River Bridge, and after crossing the Cross River Bridge, it will take another hour to leave the city and reach the suburbs. Zhao Kuan picked up the rabbit excitedly and said, I'll make soup for everyone when we get to a safe place. I'm a pretty good cook. He is also a good family man. The 6 people walked forward for more than 10 minutes, and Chungu, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped again. The fat man walked behind Chungu. His face could not be seen, but judging from Chanji's profile, his expression was very ugly. The little fat boy walked over immediately and saw a rabbit standing in the middle of the road, staring at them. A chill ran from the base of the tail to the top of the head. The fat boy realized that this rabbit was far from being as simple as it looked. Zhao Kuan, where is the rabbit's body? The little fat man suddenly asked. Are these 2 identical rabbits? Or has the dead rabbit come back to life? Or is this all just a coincidence? At this time, Zhao Kuan's stuttering voice came from behind. The rabbit's body is gone. I just hung it on the handle of the cart. On the road, 6 people and a rabbit started a confrontation. The rabbit did not run or jump, but just stared at them, which was disgusting. The fat boy took out a cookie from his backpack and threw it over to the rabbit, trying to lure it away, but the rabbit didn't even look at the cookie. This situation was too weird. The little fat man whispered, have you heard the story of the old northeastern yellow-skinned rabbit seeking a title? Why do I feel that this rabbit is a bit like the yellow-skinned rabbit in folklore? And why did the rabbit's corpse disappear? Could it be that resurrection from the dead really exists? Don't worry about it. Let's go around it. The little fat man gave the most pertinent advice. The 6 people tried to avoid it from a distance, but no matter how they did, the rabbit kept staring at them. Hurry up. We will be out of the city soon. Hurry up. The little fat man jogged all the way, and Chungu deliberately slowed down to take care of the others. But while running, Chungu suddenly stopped, and the little fat man bumped into Chanji's back. The little fat man didn't say anything. He had guessed what happened and looked over. Right in the middle of the road ahead, a snow-white rabbit was staring at them, but unlike the previous 2 times, this rabbit seemed to be ducking smiling. Chungu also breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 of them had been frightened along the way. Their first reaction when they saw the pregnant woman was, another person was infected with parasitic sarcoma. But the fat guy saw clearly just now that the woman was indeed pregnant. The middle-aged man thought his wife would be assaulted, but after seeing his wife's pregnant belly, the 2 men breathed a sigh of relief, sat aside and started looking at the map. He was also confused. Only the high school student was enraged. He got up and rushed forward like a beast, but was knocked down by Chenji's punch again. Chungu didn't have a high level of education, but he had been fighting with others since he was in elementary school. He wasn't bragging, but he had never lost a fight. Later, when he grew up, he knew that he had to pay compensation if he hurt someone, so he restrained himself a lot. Stop fighting. The woman hurriedly tried to stop the conflict. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? The fat man did not answer the woman's question. Instead, he asked, where are you going? Did you see anyone else along the way? The middle-aged man saw that the 2 men had no intention of harming them and that they were bringing a child with them, so he slowly relaxed his guard. We are leaving the city. What about you? The fat man and Chungu looked at each other. Neither of them trusted these strangers. After the battle at the school, these 2 could be said to be brothers in life and death, the kind who could trust their lives to each other. But these strangers, our ancestors once said that we should not have the intention to harm others, but we must be on guard against others. My wife is 8 months pregnant. Let's just rest here for a while and leave soon, the middle-aged man pleaded. A woman with a big belly is not suitable for long-distance travel, not to mention it is the end of the world now. It is a miracle to be alive. The little fat man glanced at Chungu, and Chungu nodded slightly. Just like that, the middle-aged man helped his wife find a quiet place to sit down, and the high school student stared at Chungu viciously. There was a moment of silence between the 2 sides, and then they began to introduce themselves to each other. The middle-aged man is Zhao Kuan, the manager of a small company. The woman is his wife, Lu Wanru. The high school student is Lu Wanru's younger brother, Lu Fei. The 3 of them didn't know what was happening. Suddenly, a lot of monsters appeared. Fortunately, it was noon after school and Lu Fei came to his brother-in-law's house for lunch, while Zhao Kuan stayed at home with his wife. The monsters did not attack them, so they saved their lives. But soon, danger struck and the house became uninhabitable. The three of them prepared to drive away, but the car engine would not start at all, so they had no choice but to walk. Halfway through, Lu Wanru became exhausted and saw that the bookstore was open, so she wanted to come in and rest. That's when she met the fat man and Chengge. Chengge talked about some things that happened in the past 2 days, especially the parasitic sarcoma. Only then did Zhao Kuan understand why they were so sensitive about pregnant women. Call me fatty. I'm an unemployed vagrant. As for this gentleman, the fat man blinked at Chengge. My name is Brother Chun, and I'm a murderer. Chengge said coldly, giving off an aura that said keep away from strangers. Most people would instinctively feel fear when hearing the word murderer. Zhao Kuan's face turned pale instantly. He smiled stiffly and pulled his wife to sit further away. Humph! Lu Fei sneered, not believing Chun Ji's words at all. A murderer? I'm still the school's leader. The sunlight shone in from the door of the bookstore. Chengge, the fat boy, and Chen Lele sat on the left side of the sunlight, while Lu Wanru and her husband's brother sat on the right side. After the misunderstanding just now, both sides decided to keep out of each other's way. The fat boy took out 2 breads from his backpack and tore half of them for Chen Lele. Lu Fei stared at the bread in the fat boy's hand and licked his lips continuously. They left in a hurry and had no food with them. All the cars were out of service, and they were already hungry after walking for such a long time. Lu Fei whispered something to Lu Wanru. Lu Wanru looked nervous and pulled her brother, but Lu Fei forcibly broke free from his sister's restraints and walked to the little fat boy. Give us something to eat and I'll exchange it with you, said Lu Fei. Although Zhao Kuan's face was full of worry, he didn't stop his brother-in-law when he passed by. Chengge looked at Lu Fei, and it was as if he saw himself when he was young, a young and insolent man who was fearless and unyielding. He disliked everyone and always thought he was the best. The fat boy didn't say a word and just took big bites of bread. Lu Fei got angry when he saw these people ignoring him and reached out to grab the fat boy's backpack. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, Chengge grabbed his wrist. Lu Fei's face changed suddenly. He felt that his wrist was about to be crushed and screamed in pain. Stop hitting people, Lu Wanru shouted hurriedly. She wanted to stand up, but it was inconvenient because of her big belly. Let go. I'm going to duck and kill you, Lu Fei yelled. Chengge kicked him in the chest. Although Lu Fei was quite thin, he was still a high school student after all. He weighed over 100 pounds. He was kicked away by Chengge and then knocked against the wall of the bookstore. He didn't even scream, but covered his chest with his hands and broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of little jerk dares to show off in front of me? Chengge walked over and grabbed Lu Fei's hair. Although Lu Fei was beaten to the ground, his eyes were fierce and he was not afraid of Chengge at all. Chengge grabbed his head and slammed it against the wall. Blood gushed out from Lu Fei's forehead like a fountain. Now, Lu Fei had no strength left but to roll his eyes. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Husband, go and separate them. Lu Wanru anxiously pulled her husband. But Zhao Kuan was originally a civilian employee and had never been in a fight in his life, let alone the other party claiming to be a murderer. Moreover, when comparing the sizes of both parties, Chun Ji's arms are almost thicker than his waist. You stop it. If you don't stop, I'll call the police. This was the biggest threat Zhao Kuan could think of. Chengge had already knocked Lu Fei's head against the wall 3 or 4 times. Lu Fei had completely lost consciousness, with only his legs still twitching. Stop fighting and let's go. We have to leave before dark, said the little fat man. Chengge then let go of Lu Fei's head. Lu Fei leaned against the wall and fell limply to the ground. This is what happens to young people who have never experienced the harshness of society. They always think they are everything. Zhao Kuan waited until Chengge and the fat man disappeared before he helped his brother-in-law up. Thanks to the young man's stubbornness, although Lu Fei was beaten badly, his injuries were not too serious. He wiped the blood off his forehead and woke up after a while. You are too impulsive. I saw there is a supermarket over there with a lot of food, Zhao Kuan complained. Lu Fei covered his head and said nothing. He was always fighting with his classmates at school and even recognized some kind of big brother, but that big brother's body might be cold now. By the way, those 2 people just now said that they wanted to leave the city before dark. Do you think they know something? Zhao Kuan asked. Lu Wanru asked in a low voice. What do you think we should do? Let's follow them out of the city. Maybe it's safe outside the city. After we leave the city, we can go back to our hometown. It's in the countryside and it must be safe. Zhao Kuan comforted his wife. And you? Don't be so impulsive in the future. Think more about the consequences. Lu Fei was so embarrassed that he couldn't raise his head. He was not afraid of Zhao Kuan, but he was afraid that his sister would worry. Zhao Kuan looked outside and just happened to see the backs of the fat boy and Qingge. The three of them were following behind them. Qingge has the best physical strength and his steps are bigger than others. The fat boy doesn't seem to exercise much, but he is young after all. He is in his 20s, which is the best stage of his life. In order to leave the city before dark, Qingge put Qinlele on his shoulders, and the two of them walked briskly. Zhao Kuan, who was following them, was anxious as he saw that the person was about to die. His wife could not walk fast with a big belly. Qingge also realized that the three people had been following him and turned to look at the fat man. Don't worry about them, the little fat man said without looking back. After walking for 20 minutes, he finally saw the main street of the city, Renmin Street. Just go straight along this street and cross the bridge, and you will soon be out of this city. Qingge looked back at the three people and found that Zhao Kuan had found a wheelbarrow from somewhere and asked his wife to sit in it. Lu Fei was responsible for pushing the wheelbarrow and followed closely behind them. Seeing Qingge standing there staring at them, Zhao Kuan was afraid that the misunderstanding would deepen, so he walked over and said with a smile, Brother, don't get me wrong, we are going this way too. By the way, do you know any inside information? What is going on? As he spoke, he handed over a cigarette. Qingge took a look and thought, wow, nice cigarette, Huazi. In the past, he was reluctant to smoke such expensive cigarettes. For Huazi's sake, Qingge couldn't keep a straight face and softened his expression slightly. We don't know what's going on. Anyway, let's leave this darn place first. Seeing Qingge accept the cigarette he handed over, Zhao Kuan immediately struck while the iron was hot. Brother, my brother-in-law is young and naive. He is a student, so don't bother with him. We are strangers, so why don't we go together? With more people, we can look after each other. Xiaofei, hurry up and apologize to brother. Lu Fei still stared at Qingge viciously. Hurry up, don't make your sister angry. Zhao Kuan said hurriedly. Hearing his brother-in-law using his sister to pressure him, Lu Fei lowered his head unwillingly, but kids of this age are most concerned about face, and the words of apology were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say them. All right, that's not necessary. If you want to follow me, just follow me. Qingge was also a teenager himself, and he knew that students of this age were the most unwilling to admit defeat. The relationship between the two sides eased a little, and they talked more. Brother, do you think we should go to the police station now and seek police protection? Zhao Kuan asked. The little fat man shook his head. The police are now unable to take care of themselves. At the beginning, there were 2 policemen who went with us, but now they are dead. And this is a small town with not many police forces. More than 100 people died in the school. How many are left? Except for humans, most animals do not have the expression of laughing. Although you can occasionally take a picture of some small animal smiling evilly, it is just a coincidence. The expressions on the animals' faces definitely do not express the same meaning as those on humans. However, now the rabbit was actually smiling at them, and fear surged into everyone's heart. The rabbit did not bring them any danger, but it felt weird. An animal suddenly made human expressions, and many people would feel uncomfortable when seeing it. This is the uncanny valley effect. The more something resembles a human, the more frightening it can be. What should we do? We should catch it and stew it directly. I don't believe it can cause any more trouble, Zhao Kuan said in a low voice. Qingge and the little fat man didn't say anything. They encountered too many strange things along the way and had to be careful with them. What if this rabbit is the same as the meat Tai Sui? Just wait for death if you catch a few people. The fact that Qingge and the little fat boy were able to escape from Ro Tai Sui's mouth was mostly due to luck. The little fat man said to Qingge, "You threw the brick very accurately just now. I'll go over and take a look. If this rabbit attacks me, you can hit it with the brick." Qingge nodded and picked up a brick. The fat boy walked over very carefully. With every step he took, his heart rose to his throat. When he reached the rabbit, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. I say, brother, we were the ones who let you down just now. Let me apologize to you first. The little fat man gave in first. As the saying goes, you shouldn't hit a smiling person. But the rabbit didn't respond at all. The little fat man whispered again, if you can understand what I'm saying, just give us some response. Otherwise, we'll leave. Don't bother us anymore. As soon as the fat man finished saying this, he suddenly felt a chill on his back because the smile on the rabbit's face became more obvious. Although the little fat boy was very careful, he really couldn't guess what this thing was doing, and the behaviors of humans and animals were not interchangeable. For example, humans urinate to defecate, while lions urinate to mark their territory. And smiles. Human smiles do not all represent kindness. There are ridicule, sneer, flattery, contemptuous smile, and so on. The fat boy looked at the time. It was almost 3 o'clock. If he couldn't leave the city before dark, he might encounter some monsters. It's not a good idea to just stay here all the time. The fat boy made up his mind and grabbed the rabbit's ears. This time the rabbit finally responded and kept kicking its legs. At least this reaction looked like a rabbit. Moreover, the rabbit did not attack even though its ears were lifted. The fat man breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this thing's main function was to scare people with the atmosphere, and it probably didn't have any real skills. I don't know if you can understand. I'll say it again, don't follow us anymore, or I'll stew you. The little fat man threatened. The rabbit turned its head mechanically and stared at the little fat man. Its scarlet eyes made people feel cold. The fat boy waved his hand and threw the rabbit to the side of the road. Go, go, go. Don't worry about it. You still think you have no ability. The little fat man waved to everyone. Chingu pulled Chinlele and walked over first. Zhao Kuan was still a little worried. After Chingu and others passed the rabbit and made sure that nothing terrible happened, Zhao Kuan pushed his wife and walked over slowly. It seemed that the rabbit really had no ability. It kept staring at these people until they could no longer see them. Everyone walked quickly forward. This time they walked for more than half an hour and finally didn't see any rabbits. They breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like it's just a thing to scare people. The little fat man whispered. Not every monster is scary. You can often see a sentence on the internet that the gap between people is greater than that between people and dogs. This sentence is also applicable to these monsters that suddenly appeared in this world. Some monsters are as fierce as tigers, while others are just idiots. At this time, the sun was setting slightly, and it was now almost 3 o'clock. Chingu, who was walking in the front, could already see the Cross River Bridge. As long as they crossed the bridge and walked for a while, they would be able to leave this heckish place. They didn't see anyone else along the way, and it seemed that they were the only 6 people left in the entire city. We were about to leave this darn place, and no one felt hungry or tired. We all wanted to leave here quickly. But just as Chingu was about to cross the bridge quickly, his expression suddenly changed. He saw the rabbit standing in front of the bridge, staring at them. The little fat boy knew that the rabbit had no offensive power, so he was not as nervous as before. Instead, he was curious about why the rabbit had been following them. Was there something about them that kept attracting the rabbit? Chingu turned around and whispered, I'll go take a look this time. If it doesn't work, I'll just throw it into the river. But just as he turned around, the rabbit that had been following them like a maggot disappeared. The atmosphere in the team became very strange again. Fatty, did you see how the rabbit disappeared? Chingu asked in a low voice, while tightening his grip on the fire axe. The little fat boy also took out his homemade spear. I didn't see it. They are now very close to the riverbank. They can see the other side of the river just by looking up. The width of the river is about 500 or 600 meters, and it is sparkling under the sunlight, which is very beautiful. But now they have no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery before them. They were all looking for rabbits. The scene in front of me is clear. Either the rabbit jumped into the river and drowned, or the rabbit disappeared out of thin air. Because there was an open space in front of them, there was nowhere to hide. As we all know, according to the law of conservation of mass, it is impossible for an object to disappear out of thin air. Of course, it is still unknown whether the strange rabbit obeys the law of conservation of mass. Lu Fei was getting increasingly irritable. What are you all doing here? It's just a rabbit. If you don't leave, I will. As he spoke, he took the lead and strode forward. Both the fat boy and Qin Gu felt that something was wrong. Qin Gu wanted to reach out and pull Lu Fei, but was stopped by the fat boy. Good words can't persuade a darn person. We can save him once, but can we save him for the rest of his life? Qin Gu could only retract his hand. Lu Fei strode forward. When he looked back, he found that the remaining 5 people had not caught up with him. Xiao Fei, come back first, let's Lu Wanru suddenly let out a shrill scream. Not only Lu Wanru, but everyone else's faces turned extremely ugly as well, and they all stepped back. Only Lu Fei didn't know what was going on. A huge black shadow suddenly emerged from the ground, opened its bloody mouth and bit off one of Lu Fei's arms. The accident happened so fast that the others didn't see clearly what suddenly emerged from the ground and bit off Lu Fei's arm. The brick flew towards the shark like a cannonball and hit the shark's eye. But what was surprising was that the brick actually penetrated the shark's head directly, as if the shark's head was made of sand and there was no force at all. But even so, the brick still affected the shark's vision, causing the shark's attack to deviate and pass by Lu Wanru. Lu Wanru was so frightened that she had no strength left in her body. She lay limply on the ground, her face dark blue, her lips trembling. Are you kidding me? Elementalization? Tell me the truth. Did you eat a devil fruit? The little fat man shouted at the shark. However, the shark had already dived underground and disappeared without a trace. The hard underground was like water to the shark. Qin Gu saw it very clearly. When the giant shark dived into the ground, it was like a real fish entering the water. There were even ripples on the ground. Qin Gu didn't even graduate from high school and had to work outside to make a living. He couldn't understand why this happened, so he could only look at the little fat man. Don't look at me. I don't know why this happened either. The little fat man's face was also covered with cold sweat. It wasn't the first time he had encountered something that violated the laws of physics. There was no need to make such a fuss. The previous meat Tai Sui and the rabbit that blocked the road were both more bizarre than this giant shark that could swim underground. Qin Gu gently stroked the ground with a solemn expression. The reason why people can see things is because light propagates, but light can't pass through the ground to the underground. So how did this giant shark see them? Why was Lu Fei the only one attacked? Could it be that the giant shark, like the meat Tai Sui, locates the enemy through temperature? That's not right. Qin Gu stared at the ground. Although he didn't have a high level of education, it didn't mean that his brain was useless. If the giant shark locates its prey by temperature, these people should be attacked indiscriminately, but so far, only the fearless Lu Fei and Lu Wanru who saved her brother have been attacked. Could it be? Qin Gu suddenly realized something very important, carefully picked up a stone from the ground, and then made a gesture to silence everyone. Then he threw the stone far away, and the stone and the ground made a slight collision sound. But at this moment, the giant shark rushed up from the ground again and swallowed the stone in one gulp. Seeing this scene, Zhao Kuan covered his mouth in fear. How could he not understand that the giant shark determines the location of its prey by sound? There is no light underground, so the giant shark cannot see anything when swimming underground. Its eyes can only come in handy when it leaves the underground to hunt. In other words, as long as everyone keeps silent, they won't be attacked. When Lu Fei walked over, the footsteps attracted the attention of the giant shark, which bit off one of his arms. Lu Wanru went to save her brother, which also caused the shark to attack. Little Fatty, Qin Gu, Zhao Kuan and others had been waiting and did not move at all, so they were not attacked. To be precise, the shark does not determine our position by sound, but by vibration. Qin Gu whispered. Little Fatty was right. It was easy to come but difficult to go. Now they could only stand on the ground and could not move a step, otherwise they would be attacked. Lu Fei was lying on the ground, completely unconscious. If he didn't find a way to stop the bleeding from his wound, he would soon die of excessive blood loss. But standing here all the time was not a solution. Human strength was limited, and standing consumed more energy than walking. At most, their legs would be sore and their feet would ache in an hour or two. In addition, it would be dark in 3 hours. Who knows if something more terrifying would jump out after dark? Gu looked around, trying to use the terrain to escape, but the area was flat and there was not even a big tree. There was no chance to use the terrain. I have an immature idea, Gu suddenly said, and the little fat man also said, it seems that we too have the same idea. The two men carefully took out the contents of their backpacks. The most important item was fresh water, but they put all the mineral water bottles on Gu. Zhao Kuan didn't know what they were going to do, and he was extremely anxious. Would these two jerks want to have their last meal? Could they still be saved? In a moment, if I tell you to run, you must run. If I tell you to stop, you must stop. You must listen to me, Gu said. Then he looked at Lu Wanru and Lu Fei again, and sighed slightly in his heart. These two people were basically hopeless. The final result would be either being eaten by sharks or being trapped to death here. There is no third possibility. At this time, Zhao Kuan said in a pleading voice, Brother Qin, I beg you, can you take my wife with you later? I beg you. She is pregnant. Don't talk to me about this. What morals do I have as a murderer? They are my wife and children. Gu said coldly. We are all adults and should be responsible for our own choices. If Lu Wanru had not insisted on saving her brother, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, there is no chance now. Gu could understand their deep sibling love, but understanding was one thing and I couldn't protect myself now. Gu turned around and looked at Lele again, and Lele nodded. It was already very good that this child did not cause them any trouble along the way. Everyone get ready. Gu raised a bottle of mineral water and smashed it to the ground in the distance. The plastic bottle filled with water collided with the ground with a loud noise. Almost instantly, a huge black shadow jumped up from the ground and swallowed the mineral water bottle in one gulp. Run. Gu ran as fast as he could. It took the giant shark 5 or 6 seconds to jump out from the ground, bite the mineral water bottle, and then sink completely. They wanted to use this 5 or 6 seconds difference to rush to the Cross River Bridge. This shark can swim in the soil, but there is no space under the Cross River Bridge. Gu is betting that this big shark cannot get onto the bridge. As long as they get on the bridge, they should be safe. They were about 100 meters away from the Cross River Bridge. If they ran at full speed, it would take about 10 seconds. Even with the youngest one, Lele, they would only need to throw away 3 bottles of mineral water. Gu was the fastest, and he ran half the distance in an instant. He kept counting the time in his mind. After about 5 seconds, Gu shouted, Stop! In an instant, everyone stopped and held their breath. Zhao Kuan didn't look at his wife again. The most important thing was that he was alive. He didn't think he was wrong. But then, an even more thrilling scene happened. Under the concrete road, a shark fin was seen swimming leisurely towards the group. Lu Wanru was extremely anxious when she saw that her brother was in danger, but she was inconvenient to move with her big belly, and she couldn't ask others to save him. She couldn't stop crying. Lu Fei was not dead yet. He kept screaming while covering his broken arm and rolling on the ground in pain. He tried to stand up twice, but the sudden loss of an arm would disrupt the human body's sense of balance. He stood up twice and fell back again. His strength was rapidly lost due to excessive blood loss. The little fat man's face turned pale. Did you see clearly what it was just now? Zhao Kuan was originally a civilian. How could he have seen such a horrific scene? He was frightened and at a loss. Gu had the best eyesight and immediately said, I saw something, but I'm not sure. The thing that rushed out from the ground seemed to be a big fish. The little fat man asked, Are you sure? Are you sure a fish came out from underground? This is ducking unscientific. The world is like this. What's the point of talking about science? Gu suddenly said, Do you think that rabbit just now? Could it be that it didn't disappear suddenly, but was eaten by something below? The more Fatty thought about it, the more likely it seemed. But he stepped hard on the ground to make sure it was solid. How could a fish swim in a solid ground? This is totally unreasonable. The monsters that appeared in this world now trampled on the scientific laws summarized by mankind over thousands of years without mercy. The fat man took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Gu, do you think that rabbit kept appearing in front of us? Could it be that it was not to scare us, but to warn us that there was danger ahead? But we ignored it, asked the little fat man. Now that I think about it, This is very possible, but rabbits cannot communicate. When they saw the strange rabbit and had such a thrilling experience along the way, they all thought that the rabbit wanted to harm them. Lu Wanru saw her brother lying in a pool of blood and turned to beg her husband, Kuan, can you find a way to save Xiaofei? Zhao Kuan's face was pale. This kid didn't listen to my advice. I didn't let him go, but he insisted on going. Who can I blame for this? Lu Wanru couldn't help crying as she watched her own brother dying, but she was powerless to do anything. She had no choice but to look to Chingu and the little fat boy, hoping that they could help. However, the two of them simply ignored her gaze. In this situation, let alone saving others, it was unknown whether she could survive. What should we do now? Should we continue to move forward or retreat? Chingu asked in a low voice. The little fat man thought for a moment and said firmly, if we continue forward, we may have fallen into the hunting range of monsters. It may not be easy to leave. Moreover, I found that these monsters seem to have their own territories and only move around in their own territories. Ro Tai Sui is the best proof. The Ro Tai Sui in the school is invincible within a few kilometers, so no other monster dares to go nearby. Of course, there may be some who dare to go over, but they have already been eaten by the meat Tai Sui. At this time, Lu Wanru jumped off the unicycle with difficulty. Wanru, what are you doing? You are pregnant. Zhao Kuan hurriedly grabbed his wife. Lu Wanru walked towards Lu Fei with great determination. I can understand you're standing idly by. Xiao Fei has nothing to do with you. I can't force you to save him, but he is my brother, so I have to go. At this time, Lu Fei had fallen into a semi-comatose state. Not to mention that Lu Wanru was pregnant. Even a normal woman would not be able to pull an ordinary high school student dozens of meters away. At the same weight, women's upper limbs have only 60% of the strength of men. This is why in fighting competitions, men and women are separated even if their weight is equal. Although gender equality is advocated now, the physiological differences cannot be eliminated. Zhao Kuan reached out to grab his wife's arm, but was pushed away by his wife. Chingu blinked his eyes. Is this the legendary Fu Di demon? Zhao Kuan froze in place, his eyes flickering. But in the end, he neither chose to save people nor to hold his wife back. He just watched from the side. He may be anxious, but the lives of his wife, children, and brother-in-law are ultimately not as important as his own. I can remarry my wife and have another son, and it doesn't matter what about my brother-in-law. This guy is annoying enough. Why should I risk my life to save him? Lu Wanru covered her big belly and came to her brother, gently shaking his body. Half of Lu Fei's body was stained with blood. His broken arm revealed white bones, his eyes were closed, and it was unknown whether he had fainted due to excessive blood loss. Just as Lu Wanru was dragging her brother back little by little, she suddenly felt something dark under her feet. The originally yellow land was shrouded in shadow. A chill surged into her heart, and Lu Wanru knew that the monster that had just bit off her brother's arm had come, and the three men behind her had no intention of helping at all. She was crying and pulling her brother. The little fat man suddenly said, "We have been standing here for so long. Why don't the things underground attack us?" Chingu said solemnly, "How about I go ask the monster underground?" Although he spoke lightly, he was holding a brick in his hand. Although he knew that this thing was of no use to the monster, it at least gave him psychological comfort. Lu Wanru's face turned pale. There was indeed sunshine, but she felt that the ground beneath her feet was black. She suddenly thought of a fishing documentary in which a scientific team was fishing for big fish on a lake. Suddenly, they felt darkness under the water. Through the aerial camera, they discovered that there was a big fish over 5 meters long under their boat. In other words, the thing was right under her feet. At this time, Lu Wanru had run out of strength. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and she looked at her husband in despair. The husband's expression was also very anxious, but no matter how anxious he would never joke with his own life. Boom! At this moment, a huge figure emerged from the ground and leaped directly into the air. This time the three men in the distance could see it clearly. It was indeed a fish, a shark to be precise, over 7 meters long, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Lu Wanru. Faced with this situation, Zhao Kuan could only close his eyes and pretend not to see it. At this critical moment, a brick flew out like a cannonball and hit the shark's eye. Everyone, including Chen Gu, felt their hearts beating in their throats. This beast actually learned to be treacherous. Cold sweat kept flowing down his forehead. Chen Gu had the best physical strength, so he always walked in the front. The fat boy is slightly behind, followed by Chen Lele. Never underestimate children's running speed. Many adults who lack exercise cannot match them. The last one to come was Zhao Kuan, who was out of breath. Seeing the huge shark swimming towards him, Zhao Kuan was so scared that he kept shaking and shouting, "Save me! Save me!" But in this situation, everyone was too busy to take care of themselves, let alone save others. The little fat man hurriedly whispered to comfort them, "It's okay. Don't panic. It's okay." But everyone is different after all. Not everyone can remain calm in danger. Zhao Kuan's heart was about to jump out. Finally, the big shark came to his feet. At this moment, Zhao Kuan's spirit completely collapsed. He screamed and ran towards the bridge. "Don't run. It can't see us," the little fat man shouted, but his voice could not reach the ears of Zhao Kuan, who was almost crazy. While running wildly, Zhao Kuan bumped into Chen Lele, and Chen Lele's face turned pale. The shark underground felt a violent vibration above its head, and rushed towards Zhao Kuan suddenly, leaped into the air, and bit Zhao Kuan's body in two with one bite. Blood and internal organs were spurting everywhere. Except for Chen Gu, everyone felt their throat tighten and wanted to vomit. However, everyone knew that if they really vomited, they would definitely be the next target. Lu Wanru, who was far away, saw her husband die so tragically and immediately started crying. But she didn't dare to cry out loud and covered her mouth tightly with her hands. She seemed to have seen her own fate. At this moment, she could only hug her brother and cry silently. Chen Gu took a deep breath. Others could be messy, but he definitely couldn't. As for the internal organs flowing everywhere, it was nothing to him. He had seen worse things. Get ready. Chen Gu took out the second mineral water bottle. According to his own calculations, as long as he threw the bottle again to lure away the giant shark, he would be able to successfully reach the bridge. The little fat man and Chen Lele need to throw the bottle at least twice before they can reach the bridge. As for Lu Wanru and Lu Fei, there is no hope for them, so just give up on them. Chen Gu used all his strength and desperately threw the bottle in his hand far away. The mineral water bottle collided with the ground, making a loud noise again. However, this time, the big shark did not appear. Chen Ji's forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. What was going on? Chen Gu looked at the ground in horror. Logically, the shark should jump out when it hears a sound or senses something vibrating on the ground. Could it be that this thing has memory? Just now, it jumped out when it heard the mineral water bottle hit the ground. But after eating the mineral water bottle, it found that this thing didn't taste good. So it won't be fooled a second time? Chen Gu thought to himself. But they dared not move a step unless they lured the big shark away. By the way, what else is in the backpack? Chen Gu carefully opened his backpack and found a few cans of luncheon meat inside. Seeing Chen Gu take out the luncheon meat, the little fat boy showed a reluctant expression on his face. He was reluctant to eat it during lunch, but he didn't expect that he would have to feed it to sharks now. But the situation was urgent, and he could not care less. Chen Gu could only throw the can of luncheon meat far away. Sure enough, after hearing the sound of the iron sheet hitting the ground, the giant shark jumped out from the ground and swallowed the luncheon meat in one gulp. Chen Gu yelled, "Run!" The three people in the team ran forward desperately. Chen Gu was the first to reach the bridge and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The little fat man and Chen Lele still have about 10 steps to reach the bridge, and victory is in sight. But when Chen Gu turned around to observe the situation of these two people, his face suddenly changed. There was a school badge in the pocket of Chen Lele's school uniform, and now the badge was about to fall out. Originally, this school badge was placed inside the pocket so it would not fall out easily. But just now Chen Lele was bumped by the crazy Zhao Kuan. Although Chen Lele was not injured, the school badge in his pocket was almost knocked out. If it were normal, this would be nothing. But now, even the slightest sound could be fatal. Chen Gu hurriedly reminded Chen Lele to hold on to his school badge. Chun Lele was stunned and looked at his shirt pocket. But during this delay, the school badge fell out of his pocket and landed on the concrete floor. This originally insignificant sound is now enough to take someone's life. In the distance, the shark's fins were approaching at a very fast speed. The fat boy shouted, "Run!" There were only 10 steps left. As long as he could run 10 steps before the big shark got close, he would win. Chun Lele's face turned pale, and he also ran wildly after the little fat man. After all, the fat boy was an adult and took big steps, so he reached the bridge 1 step ahead. However, when Chun Lele still had 5 or 6 steps left to reach the Cross River Bridge, the giant shark had already come behind him. Chungu flew over and grabbed Chun Lele's little hand, trying to pull him over, but the giant shark also rushed out at this time and bit Chun Lele's waist. There was a sound of crack, and Chun Lele's lower body below the waist was bitten off by the giant shark, and the child's eyes instantly became lifeless. Chungu used too much force and fell backwards, and the remaining half of Chun Lele's body also fell on Chungu. The blood immediately dyed Chun Ji's clothes red. "Uncle, I am going to die?" Chun Lele asked with a weak breath. Chungu didn't know how to answer. Looking at Chun Lele, who only had half of his body left, Chungu didn't know what expression he should use to face him. "Uncle, can you tell my parents I..." Having said this, Chun Lele's pupils dilated, and he died completely. A child who was only 7 years old was gone just like that. Chungu suddenly understood why Lu Jun would rather commit suicide than face the end of the world again. This feeling of despair had only appeared once in Chun Ji's life. "Don't just stand there like an idiot. Run. That beast is coming again," the little fat man suddenly shouted. Chungu looked up and saw that, as expected, the giant shark had taken a run up and suddenly pounced on him, targeting the remaining half of Chun Lele's body. When a person dies, it is like a light going out. Chungu could only throw the body on the ground and run to the center of the bridge. The giant shark leaped into the air and caught up with Chungu in a moment. But at this moment, the giant shark's jumping force was exhausted. Seeing that it could not bite Chungu, it suddenly turned around and whipped Chungu on the back with its tail. Chungu was blown away by this huge force and fell into the river. "It's over. I'm dead this time." But the giant shark forgot that it was still on the bridge. The area under the bridge was empty, not the soil it was familiar with. The giant shark passed through the concrete of the bridge and fell directly into the river below. Chungu gave a bitter smile. He was doomed. He couldn't beat this fish on land, let alone in the water. But the next scene stunned him. He saw the huge shark thrashing in the river, looking extremely painful. This giant shark that can swim underground is drowning. The moment he fell into the water, everything went dark in front of Chun Ji's eyes. He couldn't see anything and couldn't breathe at all. However, Chungu had been a good swimmer since he was a child. He often held his breath to catch fish underwater. Over time, he developed a good swimming skill. After a while, he floated to the surface and immediately looked for the big shark that had also fallen. This giant shark was so terrifying on land. What would happen if it came into the water? Chungu was ready to close his eyes and wait for death, but he never expected that this giant shark would actually drown. The giant shark thrashed around frantically in the river, just like a human drowning, and tried its best to stay out of the water, but it could only swim in the mud and had no ability to fly. Soon, the big shark's eyes rolled back, and it finally died, lying belly up in the river. "That's it. I won." Chungu couldn't believe that he was saved by the river in front of him. He bravely swam over and kicked the shark twice. The shark did not move. Chungu waved to the fat boy on the bridge and said, "Throw down a kitchen knife." The fat boy immediately threw the kitchen knife in his hand into the water. Chungu felt for the kitchen knife in the water and chopped the shark twice. There was no blood in the shark's body, and its huge body quickly began to decompose in the water, just like a piece of ice falling into the water. This book was first published on Taiwan Novel Network, providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters or out-of-order chapters. After being completely decomposed, only a piece of skin was left of the 7-meter-long shark. Chungu carefully leaned over and smelled it, and it had a fishy smell of seafood. This can be considered a trophy. It should come in handy. Chingu dragged the shark's skin to the shore. Chingu was exhausted when he got ashore. He had no strength left and lay on the shore gasping for breath. Fortunately, the food in the backpack was sealed and would not become inedible just because the backpack had water in it. At this time, the fat man also ran over and was amazed when he saw the shark's skin. There really are all kinds of things in this world. Chingu was in a bad mood. He didn't expect that in less than an hour, only 4 people were left in the team of 6. Lu Fei broke his arm. It has been such a long time, and I don't know how he is doing now. The fat boy reached out to grab the shark's skin, but as soon as his hand grabbed the shark's skin seemed to come alive and wrapped around the fat boy's hand. Darn, this thing is still alive. Still alive. The little fat man screamed in horror. He didn't expect that this thing was still alive and only had skin left, but could still hurt people. Chingu was also terrified. He no longer had the energy to fight this monster again. But the fat boy's shouting soon stopped, because he found that the shark's skin only wrapped around his hand and was not going to eat him. Not only that, he did not feel anything strange. What the heck is this thing? The little fat boy cursed in a low voice and sat down on the ground. His hand accidentally pressed on the ground, and he suddenly found that his hand had actually gone straight into the ground. The touch of the ground felt like water to him. The two were stunned, looking at the shark's skin in front of them. If it wasn't the end of the world, this unreasonable shark's skin alone would be enough for them to eat for a lifetime. It turns out that the secret of this giant shark's ability to swim underground lies in this skin. The little fat man showed a proud smile on his face. He gently tore the shark's skin and found that it was easily torn off without any discomfort on his arm. I have an immature little idea, the fat man suddenly said. If this thing is used well, it will definitely be a magical tool. It seems like we both think alike. Chingu also said, that is to make this shark's skin into a simple piece of clothing, so that you can hide underground and escape at the critical moment. Chingu originally wanted to make 2 pieces, but the little fat man disagreed and only made 1. The reason was simple. The little fat man couldn't swim, and he would definitely drown even if he wore clothes made of shark skin. But if the extra ones were not dealt with, it would be troublesome if they were used by other people or monsters. Ordinary solids could not hurt the shark's skin at all. Finally, the fat man dipped water on the kitchen knife, cut the shark's skin bit by bit, and made a cloak. Although the shark is dead, its skin seems to be still alive. As long as it encounters a living creature, it will actively wrap around it and merge with the human skin. When not in use, you can tear it off with a little force without any harm to the skin. It turns out that you can really get equipment by killing monsters. I thought this setting was unique to games. The fat man sighed, and the 2 of them burned the remaining shark skin. Fortunately, this thing can be dealt with by fire. By the time I finished dealing with these things, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Because it was summer, the sun was still very bright in the sky. Chingu and the little fat man came to the bridge again to see how Lu Wanru was doing. At this time, Lu Wanru was holding her brother with a dazed look in her eyes. Lu Fei's body was already cold due to excessive blood loss. In less than half a day, Lu Wanru lost her brother and husband one after another. She didn't know if she would collapse. Can you still walk? Asked the fat boy, looking at Lu Wanru, who was covered in blood. People are all made of flesh and blood, and seeing Lu Wanru's appearance, they couldn't help but feel pity. Lu Wanru reached out and wiped the blood off her face. It's okay. I'm fine. Having said that, she stood up shakily, and looking at her expression, she didn't seem to be fine. Let's go on. Lu Wanru looked at Chingu and the little fat man. In fact, the best option now is to let this woman stay here and fend for herself. Chingu and the little fat man exchanged glances, and both saw what the other was thinking. If she wanted to follow, then let her follow. They don't know when they will be eaten by the ubiquitous monsters, so they take each step one at a time. After the death of her husband's brother, Lu Wanru's eyes no longer showed the cowardice she had before. Perhaps all the weaknesses in her human nature no longer existed. The 3 people dragged their tired bodies forward. Unknowingly, a rabbit with red eyes appeared in front of them, staring at them. Dude, here we go again. Chingu greeted calmly. Compared to the man-eating shark, this little rabbit was so cute. This time, The rabbit did not stop them, but hopped away. It seems that it really came to report the news. Walking across the bridge, Chungu looked back at this doomsday scene. The golden sunlight shining on the calm river was so beautiful. How long has it been since I saw such a beautiful scenery? Before, I was busy with work and family, so who had the leisure time to stop and take a good look? I didn't expect that I would calm down and appreciate the scenery at the end of the world. What a ducking irony. Lu Wanru was already pregnant, and then she was devastated when her husband's brother died overnight. If it weren't for the baby in her belly, she wouldn't know what she would become. After crossing the bridge, it won't take long to leave this darn city, the little fat man said with a hint of excitement. Chungu put the shark cape into his backpack and looked at Lu Wanru with a dilemma in his heart. If he took Lu Wanru with him, it would definitely slow down their speed. But if he didn't take her with him, she, a woman with a big belly, would hardly survive tonight. Finally, the little fat man proposed an idea. How about this? We take you to a place where there are people, and then we can't help you. This gentleman is a real murderer and may be wanted in other cities. By the way, Brother Chen, why did you kill people? You never mentioned it. Chingu glared at him and said, You're the only one who talks too much. Go push the cart over here. You can go faster. After a busy day, the sun was setting. It would be dark in another hour. I didn't know if I could go out. Chingu held Lu Wanru in his arms and sat on the stroller. The fat boy pushed the stroller while Lu Wanru stared at the city behind her with lifeless eyes. Once upon a time, I also had a warm home. After walking for more than half an hour, Lu Wanru seemed to fall asleep and said nothing. Suddenly, the fat man whispered, Brother Chen, do you think she is bleeding heavily? Chingu immediately turned around and looked at Lu Wanru in the cart. She was pale and bloodless at this moment. Her originally white dress was stained with blood. At first, the little fat man thought it was her brother Lu Fei's blood, but he soon found out that it was not right. Lu Fei had been dead for almost an hour. The blood should have dried up, but now the blood in the cart was still fresh. After checking, they found that Lu Wanru was bleeding from her body. The two were helpless when they saw this. Neither of them had any medical knowledge, and they didn't know what to do when they saw Lu Wanru bleeding heavily. Chungu looked at the little fat boy, who shook his head helplessly. It seemed that Lu Wanru would not survive tonight. Let's take it one step at a time. Chungu sighed. They were a good family, but now no one is left. Chungu accidentally looked up and saw a figure standing at the end of the sunset. Because he was facing the sun, he could not see the other person's face. Chungu immediately became alert, holding the fire axe and looking at the other party solemnly. The man in the sunset suddenly came towards them. Chungu held an axe and the little fat man held a kitchen knife, staring at the mysterious man. When they got closer, they found that the man was wearing a doctor's white coat. He was in his 40s, with messy hair that hadn't been taken care of for a long time. He walked unsteadily, holding a bottle of wine between his left index and middle fingers. After walking in front of Chungu, he raised the bottle in his hand and drank 2 gulps of white wine, then said, If you want her to live, follow me. After saying that, the mysterious man turned and walked away. The fat boy suddenly remembered that when he looked at the map before, he found that there was a hospital nearby. Could he be so lucky to meet a doctor in the hospital? They couldn't care less about so many things now. Lu Wanru was bleeding heavily and was about to die. They could only quickly follow the man who looked like a doctor. Chungu walked quickly to the mysterious man, forced a smile, and handed him a cigarette. What's your name, brother? My last name is Zhao. Dr. Zhao, are you a doctor at the hospital nearby? Chungu asked. Yes. Then how many doctors are there in the hospital now? How many people are there? Chungu continued to ask. Dr. Zhao looked at Chungu coldly. I am the only one left. You don't need to test me here. If you don't believe me, you can just leave. After saying that, Dr. Zhao walked forward without looking back. The little fat man asked in a low voice, How is it? Can you trust it? Anyway, we have nowhere else to go, and look at the sun. It's going to be dark soon. If we are attacked again, I'm afraid no one will survive. Chungu said, Instead of waiting to die here, it's better to go with Dr. Zhao. Lu Wanru had fallen into a coma due to excessive blood loss, but fortunately they soon saw the hospital. They had seen this hospital on the map and were planning to come to the hospital to get some medicine, but they didn't expect to meet a doctor in the hospital. As soon as I entered the hospital, I saw blood and corpses all over the floor. There were patients, doctors, and nurses. It was summer, and the corpses gave off a bad smell under the high temperature. Chin-gu and the little fat guy almost vomited. It was obvious that this place had also been attacked. Don't look at me. I don't know what happened either. In a blink of an eye, everyone died. Dr. Zhao said coldly. The little fat man suppressed his fear and checked the bodies on the ground. He was surprised to find that there were no wounds on the bodies, and each of the bodies had the last expression on their faces before death, some smiling, some crying, some scared, and some grateful. Anyway, seeing a group of corpses with such expressions, even in the hot summer, Chung-gu felt cold sweats running down his face. You two, carry her over here. Dr. Zhao instructed the two to put Lu Wanru on the operating table and start the operation. The fat man and Chung-gu were laymen and could only wait outside. After more than an hour, Dr. Zhao finally came out of the operating room. All I saw was a small, blood-stained fetus wrapped in a piece of white cloth. It's a dead fetus. Dr. Zhao's eyes finally showed a little fluctuation, and a rare trace of pity appeared. Then, how is the woman? Chung-gu asked. It's up to fate. I don't know if she can survive. Dr. Zhao sighed. Anyway, I tried my best. By the way, if you two want to live, follow me. At this time, the power in the hospital had completely gone out and it was pitch black. Dr. Zhao took a candle and led the two of them to the underground morgue. Even though Chin-gu and the little fat man had experienced so many things along the way, they still felt uncomfortable when they saw the 3 words mortuary. Those things like to kill living people, but they can't see dead things. Dr. Zhao said lightly, I survived by hiding in the morgue on the first day. Those things? What are those things? Dr. Zhao, can you explain it to us clearly? We have encountered many outrageous things along the way. Maybe we can help you, said the little fat man. I don't know, I didn't see it, and even if I saw it, I can't do anything about it. But it's better to die. Dr. Zhao suddenly laughed at himself. Okay, I'll go push that woman over here. After Dr. Zhao left, the dark morgue looked particularly eerie. Dr. Zhao, can you please leave the candle for us? I'm afraid of the dark, the little fat man said in a sad voice. People have a great fear of death itself. For example, when a person is alive, you don't feel much fear, but if the person dies, people will be afraid of the corpse. This is obviously unreasonable. Judging from a materialistic standpoint, after death, a person turns into a pile of objects, which are the same as stones and wood. But people are afraid of corpses rather than stones. At this moment, in the dark morgue, even though the little fat man and Chen-gu had encountered so many outrageous things along the way, they still felt a chill on their backs. When they thought that each morgue in front of them contained a corpse, they couldn't breathe smoothly. Brother Chin, didn't you say that you are a murderer? Murderers are also afraid of corpses. The little fat man asked in a low voice. Are murderers not human beings? I have never seen so many corpses. Chen-gu retorted. It would be even more creepy if there was no sound in such a dark environment. The fat boy hummed softly to distract himself. The Wuming Mountains are connected to other mountains, and the moonlight shines on the Xiangshui beach. Halfway through the song, footsteps were suddenly heard outside. In such a dark environment, any movement seemed extremely harsh. The singing stopped abruptly, and the little fat boy swallowed his saliva. It should be Dr. Zhao who came back, right? Just as the little fat man was about to ask, Chung-gu covered his mouth and tried his best to lower his voice. The footsteps are wrong. The person outside is not Dr. Zhao at all. People have different weights, heights, and foot sizes, so the sound of their footsteps is naturally completely different. Chung-gu had very sensitive ears and could distinguish the different footsteps of different people when he was a child. Dr. Zhao was rather thin, and it was unknown what kind of blow he had suffered. His eyes were dull, and so his footsteps were very slow. But the footsteps of the thing outside were obviously very crisp, and judging from the footsteps, its weight should be much heavier than Dr. Zhao. According to what Dr. Zhao just said, everyone in this hospital except him is dead. Since the footsteps outside are not from Dr. Zhao, who else could it be? Could it be that the people walking outside the morgue are not living people at all? The two of them thought of this at the same time and showed a look of horror. Tick, tick, tick. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Chingu and the fat man's hearts were about to jump out. Every time the footsteps got closer, their hearts twitched. After a long wait, the footsteps finally arrived at the door of the morgue, and it seemed that they would break in the next second. Chingu held the fire axe tightly in his hand. No matter what it was, if anyone dared to break in, he would hit them on the head with the axe. No matter if they were alive or dead, they had to lie on the ground obediently. However, the footsteps suddenly stopped at the door of the morgue. The entire corridor was dead silent, without a single sound. The fat boy's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Fear is human instinct. Even if some people are not afraid of death, they will still be afraid. This is a response that is ingrained into human genes. The two sides were facing each other in an invisible manner through this door, and the two people in the morgue were extremely terrified. At least they had seen the true appearance of the monsters they had encountered before, whether it was a parasitic tumor, a meat monster, or a man-eating shark. Although they might bring fear to people when they were lurking in the dark, once these monsters appeared, the fear would be alleviated because they knew what they were facing. What arouses the greatest fear in human beings is always the unknown. However, they had no idea what was standing outside the door. Maybe a few seconds or maybe a few minutes passed, and the thing outside the door suddenly moved again. The two people in the morgue heard the footsteps moving away from the morgue door little by little. They both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It looked like everything was fine. Just when Chen Gu was relaxing, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Chen Gu was so frightened that his heart almost stopped beating. Without thinking, he threw a punch. He heard a bang and the fat boy covered his nose and screamed, "It's me. Don't be nervous. You. It's already scary here. Don't pat my shoulder suddenly," Chen Gu said unhappily. The little fat man was stunned. "What did you say? I didn't pat your shoulder." As soon as these words were spoken, both of them saw fear in each other's eyes. The atmosphere was deathly solemn. "Brother Chin, don't joke with me. I'm timid and can't stand being scared," said the little fat boy in a tone that sounded like he was about to cry. "It has come to this, do I need to joke with you?" Even though Chingu was skilled and courageous, his voice trembled slightly at this moment. You have to know that there are not just the two of them in the morgue, there are countless bodies in the refrigerator. Could it be that the big brother was feeling bored in the freezer and wanted to come out for some fresh air? You can't play it like this. The two of them stood back to back, moving towards the door little by little, because the morgue was in the basement of the hospital, and the whole city had a power outage when the doomsday came, causing the morgue to be pitch black. Only the glass at the door could let in a little light, which meant that the two of them could not see what was inside the morgue at all. Maybe there were a few corpses playing cards in the dark, and they were short of one, so they needed to grab one of them to make up the number. "Fatty, why don't you go over and take a look? I'll cover you here," Chungu muttered softly. "Brother Chin, you are much better than me. Come over and take a look. I'll keep watch for you," said the little fat man in a trembling voice. The already eerie morgue now seemed even more terrifying. "If you ask me, we should just leave this darn place. Sleeping on the streets seems like a pretty good idea," suggested the little fat man. "That's what I thought." Suddenly, without any warning, the door of the morgue was kicked open. The two of them screamed in fear, and Chen Gu even swung his axe to chop people. "What are you two doing? Why don't you come over and help?" came Dr. Zhao's voice. The two turned around and saw Dr. Zhao walking towards them with a candle in his hand. There was a stretcher behind Dr. Zhao, and lying on it was Lu Wanru. Lu Wanru's face was pale at this time, but her chest was still rising and falling slightly, and she seemed to be still alive. "Who are you two to her? Family members?" asked Dr. Zhao. No, we don't know her. We met her on the road today. By the way, none of this matters." "Dr. Zhao, is your place haunted?" The fat man asked straight to the point. "Yes. Just now I felt someone patting my shoulder in the dark," Chingu also said. Dr. Zhao held up the candle expressionlessly and saw that a refrigerator was open, with a corpse's hand hanging outside. "You two don't need to scare yourselves. There are no ghosts. This body just died not long ago. Some of its nerves are still working. It's normal for it to move occasionally. I'm used to it. Dr. Zhao said calmly, I am a firm materialist and don't believe in ghosts in this world. There is only one place in this world where ghosts exist, and that is in the human heart. Wait, in addition to this corpse, we also heard footsteps, but they were definitely not your footsteps. Chungu said. Dr. Zhao said, I forgot to tell you that after dark, there are often some unknown things moving around here. That's why we have to hide in the morgue. Of course, if you don't want to, you can leave at any time, but don't forget to take this woman with you. To be honest, they had no reason to take care of Lu Wanru. They just met by chance and didn't know each other before. Chungu didn't say anything. It was already dark now, and no one knew what kind of monsters they would encounter if they went out now. At least Dr. Zhao could survive in the morgue for a day or two, which meant that it was still safe here for the time being. Fatty, bring out some food. Chungu said. You don't want to eat here, said the little fat man with a disgusted look on his face. Although he would be able to adapt to this kind of environment full of corpses in the future, he couldn't adapt to it now. Chungu picked up a compressed cookie and handed it to Dr. Zhao. You left the hospital to find something to eat, right? Anyway, thank you for your help. Dr. Zhao silently took the compressed biscuits and whispered thank you. Then he sat in a dark corner without saying a word, looking more dead than a dead person. Dr. Zhao, can you tell us in detail what happened here? Chungu asked. This hospital is very close to the suburbs. If the hospital is also attacked, it means that the suburbs are not safe. Their plan is likely to be wrong. It is not just the city where monsters appear, but a disaster for the whole country and even the whole world. Dr. Zhao took a bite of the compressed biscuit and was silent for a long time before saying, I don't know what happened. About 2 days ago at noon, I suddenly heard a loud noise and saw the sky break. The two men's expressions instantly became tense. The sky broke that Dr. Zhao mentioned should be the black hole in the sky, and the loud noise that made many people unconscious. They still didn't know what was going on. Blue rain began to fall from the sky, and then things that could not be explained by common sense appeared, and the same thing happened in this hospital. After the loud noise, traffic was blocked, all electronic devices had no signal, and even car engines could not start. Everyone was trapped in the hospital. As Dr. Zhao spoke, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. That very night, those things appeared. Chen Gu keenly discovered that what Dr. Zhao was talking about was those things rather than a specific creature. I hid in the morgue and escaped, but everyone else in the hospital died. There were no wounds on my body. That feeling. Have you seen Harry Potter? It was like being sucked to death by the Dementors in the movie. Dr. Zhao recalled, and those things only appear at night. We are safe during the day for the time being. No, it's not safe. We have encountered 3 types of monsters that can move during the day, and each one can kill people. Chun Gu poured a bucket of cold water on him mercilessly. Dr. Zhao wanted to say something else when Lu Wanru, who was lying on the bed, suddenly woke up and groaned in pain. The 3 men did not continue the conversation, but instead focused their attention on Lu Wanru. Lu Wanru opened her eyes with difficulty. The first thing she felt was a feeling of weakness. Then she discovered that her belly had become smaller. Where is my child? Lu Wanru asked weakly. Chen Gu and the little fat man both felt speechless. In one day, their husband, brother, and unborn child were all gone. Not to mention a woman, even a grown man might not be able to bear it. Dr. Zhao said indifferently, the baby was born, but unfortunately it was stillborn. Lu Wanru stared blankly at the dark ceiling, neither crying nor making a fuss. Maybe I experienced too much in this day, and I have become completely numb. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Lu Wanru is now completely heartbroken. Their family is not evil, nor are they good people. They can be considered ordinary people. Any choices they made would be choices ordinary people would make, but in the end they ended up like this. And Chinlele, he was really just a child. He didn't cry or make any trouble along the way, which was excellent for a 7-year-old child. But such a child died in the mouth of a man-eating shark, and even his body couldn't be retrieved. Chungu saw clearly that whether they could survive in this chaotic world depended not only on their own abilities, but more on luck. If Lu Fei had not been reckless when crossing the bridge, Chingu would definitely be the one walking in front. And he certainly couldn't withstand the sudden attack of the man-eating shark. I can only say that this is all fate. Don't think too much. The road ahead is still long. Chingu is not good at comforting people, but he always hears people say this. Lu Wanru didn't say a word, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. The little fat boy gently tugged at Chun-Ji's clothes. It was better for her to be alone and quiet about this kind of thing. No one else's advice would be as good as her sudden enlightenment. And they themselves don't know if they can make it to tomorrow. This hospital is not as peaceful as imagined. There must be something unknown hidden in it. Be careful when you go to bed tonight. If anything goes wrong, run away immediately. As for Lu Wanru, we have done what we should do. I won't risk myself for others, said the little fat man. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chingu was also tired after a long day and was exhausted. I experienced life and death once on the way to school in the morning and again when crossing the bridge in the afternoon. It was so exciting that I could hardly hold it in. When people are extremely tired, they don't care about anything. Even though it was a cold morgue, Chungu fell asleep quickly. He even started snoring. As for whether you can live until tomorrow, that is tomorrow's business. The fat boy was more cautious. He placed the 2 backpacks behind him, leaned back, and closed his eyes. However, Dr. Zhao opened a refrigerator and lay down in the place where the dead person slept. This guy might have some serious illness, the fat boy muttered to himself. Time passed minute by minute, and it seemed that everyone had fallen asleep, except Lu Wanru, who dragged her weak body to stand up little by little. He opened the door quietly and closed it quietly. The little fat boy opened his eyes slightly and sighed helplessly. In the late night in the morgue, Chungu woke up because he had to urinate urgently. At this moment, the entire morgue was pitch black, without a single bit of light, and dead silent. This was definitely not a metaphor. There were dead bodies everywhere. This was just a statement. Even though Chingu was skilled and brave, he still felt a chill down his spine in this situation. He gently pushed the little fat boy and asked, "Fatty, are you asleep? If you don't push me, I think I'll fall asleep soon." The little fat man said unhappily, "What's the matter?" "Of course, I told you to get up and pee." Chingu lowered his voice. The little fat boy turned over immediately. In fact, he had been holding it in for a long time but didn't have the courage to go out. It was a good opportunity for him to go to the toilet together. Because there was no light in the morgue, Chungu did not notice that Lu Wanru was no longer pushing the bed. In this way, the two of them groped forward little by little and finally reached the door of the morgue. "Don't walk too far. Come back quickly after peeing," Chungu whispered. He didn't know what else was in this hospital. If he walked too far, he might encounter danger. In today's world, Chungu would not feel curious even if he saw aliens dancing in the square. The hospital basement was also pitch black at this time. The little fat man was holding a mobile phone in his hand. The phone had the last 12% of battery left, which would be gone after it was used up. The two of them moved a few steps relying on the faint light and prepared to release the water here. After letting the water out, his tense nerves finally relaxed. After going through so many things in one day, even if Chingu had a strong nerve, he couldn't bear it. The time on my phone is 1:25 in the morning. I don't know if the time on my phone is accurate without internet. Tell me, when will this life of ours end? Chingu said with emotion. The end of the world came suddenly without any warning, but Chingu was also very grateful for this end of the world. If it weren't for the end of the world, he would have been shot by now. In short, the feelings in his heart were very complicated. Who knows? Let's take it one step at a time. The little fat man put on his pants and prepared to go back to sleep. Sleep more now while you have time, because in the future you may not even have time to sleep. The two of them walked back little by little and touched the door of the morgue. Just as I was about to go back, I suddenly heard a faint cry from the darkness behind me. From the sound, it seemed to be a woman. But in this environment, the crying sound is creepy and makes people's hair stand on end. Chungu turned stiffly and looked at the dark corridor behind him. Only darkness. The fat boy gritted his teeth and turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone. A dim light came out from the phone, and he could vaguely see a white object in the deepest part of the corridor. Chungu bravely asked, "Lu Wanru, is that you?" Lu Wanru should be the only woman still alive in the entire hospital. Moreover, it was understandable that Lu Wanru had just lost all her relatives, so she came here crying alone in the middle of the night. Thinking of this, the fear of both of them was slightly relieved. Lu Wanru, I know you are very sad now, but how about we go to bed first in the middle of the night? Your crying is scary. Chen-gu whispered towards the corridor. But the person, or thing further down the corridor did not speak. Only the tiny, hair-raising cries echoed in the corridor. The flashlight on the mobile phone was not very strong and the light was easily dispersed, so I couldn't see clearly what was in the depths of the corridor. I could only see a white shadow. How about going over there? Chen-gu asked. The little fat man nodded with difficulty, and the two of them walked deeper into the corridor. The two were getting closer and closer to the white shadow. When they were just a few steps away from seeing the shadow's true face, the flashlight suddenly went out. The entire corridor fell into absolute darkness again. Fatty, what are you doing? Turn on the flashlight. Chen Ji's back was covered in cold sweat. The little fat boy next to him said nervously, the phone is out of battery. Then shall we still go there? Chen-gu asked. Now they had walked more than half of the way, and were stuck in the middle of the corridor on the underground floor. They could not move forward or backward, and in the darkness, Chen-gu and the fat man could not see each other. Do you remember our secret code? Chen-gu asked. Touch my hand, and if I make a scissors sign, don't worry about anything else and run away immediately. Got it? No. Hold my hand. Chen-gu stretched out his hand. Since the two of them couldn't see, they could only grope around. Finally, the fat man finally grabbed Chen Ji's hand, and the two of them walked forward little by little. Lu Wanru, is that you? Stop crying. I know you are sad, but you still have to live well, Chen-gu said in a low voice. The two of them walked forward nervously step by step, counting their steps, and they finally reached the end. Lu Wanru, are you there? Chen-gu asked again. The crying in the darkness stopped abruptly. Chen-gu touched the location according to his memory, but found nothing. Nothing. Chen-gu thought that Lu Wanru had just suffered a heavy bleeding and fell to the ground due to exhaustion. He bent down slightly and reached out to touch the ground, but what he touched was the cold tile. Chen-gu realized that something was wrong and planned to take the fat boy back to the morgue. But just as he straightened up, he keenly felt something hitting his head, and Chen Ji's back felt numb due to excessive fright. Zhao, I've killed so many people, but I'm least afraid of ghosts. Even the king of Heck has to make way for me. Chen-gu used this method to give himself courage. He gritted his teeth and reached out to touch it. First, he felt a cold touch, and the thing that had just touched his head was actually a part of the human body. After touching it carefully again, Chen-gu realized that it was a pair of human feet. And it was a dead person's foot. There was no doubt about it. This icy touch definitely couldn't possibly belong to a living person. Chen-gu suddenly realized that the white shadow he saw at the end of the corridor was actually a hanged corpse. Chen-gu almost suffocated, but if it was just a corpse, it wouldn't be too scary and he could still accept it. Continuing to touch upwards, Chen-gu touched the skirt. Now he could almost conclude that the person hanged here was not someone else, but Lu Wanru, who lost all her relatives in one day. The fear in Chen Ji's heart faded a little, and more sadness filled his heart. This woman ultimately couldn't make it, and chose to use this method to understand herself. Chen-gu was just about to put the body down with the fat boy when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Chen-gu plucked up the courage to reach out and touch Lu Wanru's cold feet again. The body was no longer warm, which meant that she had been dead for some time, at least before they came out to drain the water. Then, whose crying voice was that in the corridor just now?